Okay, I think we're going to get started. Welcome everybody. I'm glad that everyone could make it today. I hope all of you can hear us on the Ring Central. We're going to go around and take a roll call to see who all's here. I'll start with myself and then we'll go around to my left here. I'm Annette Lutz.
Jim Davis? Derek Newthorne? Tom Gale?
I'm Neil. Sally Minna. Christy Howell.
Amy Seger.
Matthew Farron? Ethan Gregory?
John Decker, Giorgio.
Frank Bergassi.
All right, so that's all of us in the room. Can people unmute and let us know who's calling in?
Larry was this in? Larry.
Oh, Larry just came in too. Okay.
And just so everyone knows, Matthew Farron, he's a lawyer with us. He took over Rick Chance's job.
Okay. Hold on just a second. We have Lisa Litzinger. Hold on a second. I've heard Lisa Litzinger, John Canady, Dwayne Burkholder, okay. Oh, Ken Shipman. Anyone else? We're back. Sorry about that. For some reason I hung up on you guys. Everyone, my technology skills are infamous, so was there anybody else that I didn't repeat their name? Oh, Cynthia Lee and Keith Trammell, okay. Anybody else that we may have missed? Okay. Thank you everyone for joining us. Next we'll do the minutes from the last meeting. You know what, did we see the minutes from the last meeting?
I thought we saw him a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Before my mom.
No, we did. That's right. We didn't meet it. It was in July. We did see those. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, can I make a motion then?
Yes, absolutely.
I motion that we accept the meetings as.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Any discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. I would be remiss to mention that we did open ballots yesterday for the Dayton area, and Jim Davis is now back serving as the Dayton representative, and Keith Trammell is the alternate, so congratulations to both of you, and we're glad to have you back. What about the motions and responses from the July meeting? Did anyone have any discussions? Okay, then we can move on to public comment. I did not get any requests for public comment, but if somebody would like to make one, please speak up. All right, great. So then we can get into the the juicy parts of the that's our new phrase now. I'm actually trying to bring up my agenda here, so for some reason it's not up where it should be.
And then, you want me to read through them?
Pardon me?
Do you want me to read through them for you?
OVRC will require issues for the September meeting.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. We can do those, that's right. The rules, from Rule 12, we have several things that we have to do as a matter of housekeeping every year at the September meeting. So if somebody could bring up that list. Christy, can you grab that real quick? I don't have my rules package.
I did not bring my rules. I can bring it up here real quick. Yeah, I got it. I think we got it. Remember that. Okay. So, at the meeting immediately preceding October 1st of each year, BD will actually participate with OVRC and contingent on availability of the BD funds shall determine for the next fiscal year the amount of one co-payment per service call.
Okay. So, we need to discuss each of these and make a motion on to what we're gonna do with them. Yes, Keith. Pardon me? Okay, okay. Well, like I said, we're definitely in, the technology isn't perfect, so,
It's just that side of the road, so.
yeah. So what was the first one?
The first one was co-payment per service call.
Okay, would anyone like to make a motion about copay? Possibly to leave it at 0 for the next year.
Madam Chair, I move that we leave copay at 0.
I second that.
Okay,
Can I start the discussion, please?
yes,
As a person who's been involved, Amy's worked with me a lot. I've had some discussions with Schaefer, I've had some discussions with Sally, I've talked to consultants. And I've also spoken to a few other operators, and there's a feeling out there that there are some service calls that could be avoided. And there is a consensus, and surprisingly, it even came from a few operators, that if we were to bring copay back, we might have people who were a little bit more motivated to fix their own problems instead of wasting money on service calls. And as of right now, I don't think we have a method for how that whole system would go, and I don't think that we're prepared to implement that at this juncture. However, I believe this committee should strongly consider taking a look at the metrics and finding out how many of these service calls are reasonable to assume an operator could have completed. And maybe next year when the committee meets at this time, we maybe do something a little bit different to try to get a handle on this, because they are crazy.
Madam Chair,
yes, John.
question to both Amy and Tom. Based on your discussions and experience, how much, what would you say is the amount of service calls that are wasted?
Madam Chair, I'll take that, just so Amy doesn't have to answer that particular language. As far as wasted, that's a tough
Maybe
one
that's not a good
to
word.
quantify. There are some that I think can be avoided had operators had a little bit better training. There's several that'll be the tech arrives and there's no problem. Some will be the tech arrives and clears a bill jam. Some the tech arrives and cleans something. Coffee machines are a huge consumption or consumer of our resources. So it's things like that where you don't want to call them frivolous service calls, but a little bit better training on how to handle these things themselves, they probably could have been avoided. Amy, would you like to add anything to that? I don't want to speak for you, but.
No, I think that sums it up pretty well.
Okay. All right, we have any more discussion on that? And that's true. I think we really need to, the key that possibly could be looking at copay in the future, but it really has to come to some training too. I really do. I think there needs to be the incentive for the operators to do it themselves. And I've always been a big opponent to copays. But I understand that. There might be a need for them, but the people need to, we need to focus in on training for folks so that, because I don't think anybody is interested in having their machine down for several days while they wait for somebody to come. I think the vast majority of our operators would fix it themselves if they knew how to.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what, would it be something to consider, maybe a couple of freebies before the copays kick in?
Madam
Something
Chair,
like that?
Yeah,
That is
possibly.
something that's been suggested, and that's something this committee should consider as well. Maybe give a couple free service calls. And as I had before, rather than messing report back in a second, I want to expand on my statement that some could be avoided. We have operators in our program, and I don't think it's anyone sitting in this room, but we do have operators when a customer complains there's a problem with a machine, they place a service call. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. There needs to be an incentive for an operator to try to fix it, and don't just put it off on our budget. Because we can't afford it. We're gonna get into a budget discussion later, and, I don't, the future of our program is very, it's on a very fine point right now. And we need to do everything we can to minimize our expenditures and waste.
Understood. And we'll, like you said, I think we should, I agree with the motion about leaving it at 0. We're not prepared to initiate I know the Bureau at their end is not prepared to do that unless they speak up and say otherwise with the gateway and just processing that, but it may be something we look at for the future and have to look at over the next year.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank?
one thing that came to my attention, because it involved, well, it actually involved me, I've had a machine that we've had to do some service calls on because it had a recurring problem with the interport delivery door sticking continuously and getting worked on. But one of the times they came out to work on this, me and the consultant were going through the ticket, and they wrote that it was sticky. And I'm like, that's not what happened. The door was sticking. Now, whether there was, and I know for a fact it wasn't sticky because I was trying to get it to unstick manually, which I think I was going to making the problem worse. But my only point to all of that is these service tickets, when they're written up, and we don't necessarily, I don't stand over the repair tech's shoulder and watch what they're writing. I couldn't read it anyway, but sometimes stuff's written weird. So I'm just using that as an example because if somebody in management or Tom looks at that, they're going to be like, why didn't he just write it off? Well, that wasn't the problem, but it was written up incorrectly.
Well, that'd bring us to a whole other discussion.
No doubt.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John?
we all have stories like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's
Not
all
trying to
it
get
is.
us into the weeds, but I.
No, and we'll get to that, but, that's 100% why operators should be placing their own service calls. But we'll get to that, because the telephone game is what happens.
Well, the consultant didn't do it, the service tech wrote it.
Oh, yeah, but it happens the other way too.
Yeah.
So, okay, we have a motion, any more discussion on co-pays? All right, we'll, call for the vote on it, Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Okay. Next one on the list there, Christie.
Payments assuring a fair minimum of return.
We probably should have done budget possibly.
Yeah, now it's
Discuss.
I agree. Now, is this the one that is the rest area shut down, or is this the benefit check one?
Yeah,
This is
stipend.
the stipend,
The stipend,
yeah.
I'll be honest, we don't have the funds right now.
Yeah, and it's always based on funds availability, so that is the one, no matter what amount we set, it's based on the ability of the program to pay it. So, would anyone like to
Madam
make
Chair,
the motion? Yes,
Would
John?
it be fair to make a motion saying that we should, what's the wrong word?
Suspended?
Suspend, these three,
You could make the motion,
that's my motion, I guess.
is there a second?
Madam Chair, can I ask for Sean to speak up a little bit and make the motion again? please?
Yeah, of course, sorry about that. My motion is to suspend payments, for a year.
The
Stipend
stipend,
payment, sorry.
fair minimum return payment for a year. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Larry. Any discussion?
The only question I would ask, Madam Chair, is if, which this is being optimistic, if we get to a point to where we could pay them, I don't know that we will, but would we be able to reinstated at that point if we happen to have the funds, but who knows where that goes.
Well, I would say yes, but the Bureau would say no.
Okay.
Because we lived through that once before, where we tried to change it mid-year.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not, it's not something I want to do, but I've seen the budget, I've seen the forecast for the next year, and I don't see it being good enough that we're gonna have that money anyways. And that's why I'm making that motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Derek.
I'm not sure that that's a good idea because it's baked into how it stands now, that availability of funds is the criteria for determining whether the payment's made or not. I don't think you should arbitrarily state that there will be no payments under any circumstances made. I just think that's a bad idea. Leave it at whatever amount you want it to be and allow the process to work itself. Instead of arbitrarily demanding that no payments can possibly be made under any circumstances for a year. Because things do change and it's a discussion for, it's a decision that should be made through the process and not by fiat of recommendation here.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not saying I disagree with you, but the argument against doing it like that is that if we have it one point and then we don't have it another point, then operators gonna feel cheated sometimes.
Yes.
I wish I would ask, is anybody getting their minimum return now?
Madam Chair? No, because last year it was voted that it was suspended. And let me read the rule. The rule again says, at the meeting immediately preceding October 1st of each year, BE will actively participate with OVRC and contingent on the availability of BE funds shall determine for the next federal fiscal year the amount of. So it says there that it will be determined now for the next federal fiscal year. So I would disagree with Derek that it's pretty much baked in there that we don't have the availability to change it. Now, here's the thing with availability of funds, and this is where it gets a little sticky. We might have funds, but do we want to take our cash balance down to zero? That's the other thing, like, as long as there's funds in the bank, there's funds available. And that's where that also gets sticky. I mean, what we could do, suggestion, is we table the next two, we talk about the budget, and we go back to these topics.
Yeah, why don't we do the budget? I mean, we have your motion, John, and I'm not gonna forget about that. But I think that is a fair suggestion to discuss the budget before we move forward with these. And that was a failure on my part when I put the agenda together. I should have put the budget first before we decided these. But I do think we should have a good budget discussion. But, so we could table your motion and then we will come back to
Yeah,
it.
I'm good with that. 'Cause
Okay.
I've had a bit of a budget discussion, so.
Okay,
I'm
so
not sure.
let's come back to these things here in a moment and talk about the budget. I don't know who wants to be our presenter. If the Bureau wants to start it, or do you want Tom to?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I haven't seen a budget to present.
Okay.
I couldn't be the first.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
So basically looking at projects that we have going forward, an estimation of maintenance and repair, moving and storage, along with admin costs, along with like the AG management services, along with the staff salary. There's 3 different scenarios that I have put together at the suggestion of the work group to look at. So this first scenario is like the expansion, Tri-C, OU, Akron that talked about. It includes replacement, so we're just anticipating replacement of like fridges and freezers when those go down. A few vending machines when, something breaks, it's not repairable, and we have nothing at Schaefer. Some stuff at the roads. There's 2 rest areas that are gonna be reopening this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year. And, there's some equipment that needs replaced at another rest area. Security cameras at a couple rest areas. And then a few additional machines for OSU that were never installed because those machines were used at CSU. Then we have, some rest area repairs where the doors and areas around the doors need some replacement, and then, the right hat Starbucks, they need some countertops. So all of that being said, that puts the total case service dollars spent, and this is matched, $420,000. Just rough. Staff match is $223. So that takes the spending at $643. Our current cash balance that we're estimating to end the fiscal year is $346. And I did have service charge projected at $420, but again, suggestion by the budget work group is to lower that to match more what we brought in this year. So that brings the cash balance down to $102. So scenario 2, everything this is the same. We add Tri-C expansion. That puts the cash on hand at $150. And then scenario 3 is no expansion, and that puts the cash on hand at $248.
The scenario 2 took off the OU and Akron, and it just had Tri-C.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say, how's it higher if we're doing something more? Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
sorry. So those are kind of the 3 scenarios to look at the different cash balance amounts. And this is not including if like something, an emergency happens, something crazy. So that's kind of where we stand moving forward.
I think, if I can talk for a second,
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I think let's, and we've had a lot of internal conversations. A couple months ago, we thought that we were out of it, that things were going to get back to normal, that office buildings were opening up, that we were going to be able to open up the Rhodes cafeteria, that, Wright Pat was going to be opening up, that we were coming out of it. And I think what we thought in May and June, that the service charge was going to be doing an upward trajectory, unfortunately hasn't come to fruition. And with the Delta variant and things going backwards, not forwards, that's where we're at, and it sucks.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I ask Amy what you changed your projection in down to?
Manager, can you repeat yourself? Sorry, John, my hearing
I'm
sucks.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm normally accused of having a big mouth, so. Can you tell me what you changed your projection of income to be?
So it'd be $400,000 for the year instead of that $420 that I spoke in the work group with.
So the income projection that we talked about in the work group did not include any income from the university, so I want people to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah.
I know obviously that can easily change any day, but that's just a comment I'll make.
Right,
Madam Chair, may I ask for clarification?
yes, yes,
During the discussion we had earlier this week, the question was asked, what do our revenues look like? Where are these numbers coming from? And I think the Bureau was assuming that we would be collecting roughly $35,000 a month in service charge. Some members of the work group felt that was a pretty generous projection, and it should be lowered a little bit. So I believe that the recommendation of a few people is to take it to 30 and see how that looks. I think 30 is high. I think that, but again, I just asked for the floor to make the clarification, so I'll save my personal opinion for a few minutes from now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So what was our, the average? I know in the summer it's been probably a little higher because of the rest stops. But what was our, for the last year, our average service charge collection?
This one,
I think she said it was about 31,000.
What's the person, right?
What come up? But I would think that'd be a fair number to use because, you know, a lot of the universities haven't reopened yet, but office buildings really gonna go down. I wouldn't think it's gonna, you know, either stay the same or go up. Most of them are still closed to a large extent.
it's, so this is through July 31st. The average per month is right over 30,000.
Yeah, so that's probably a good number to use. And then if it, you know, you'd like to think it will go up some this year, but, you know, that would just be icing on the cake, you know.
And the 400,000, that's right at like 33. It kind of splits in half.
Okay,
What I was projecting, and then takes into account a little bit that the college and universities are more open this year than they were in fiscal year 20.
right.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to add to that a particular month, if I may. Amy, would you be able to tell us, or Madam Chair, to Amy, would you be able to tell us what the July service charge collection was?
So Madam
Yep.
Chair, is that the one where explain Lenny and how that kind of skews it a little?
July, and this is in the reports that were sent out, in July of 2021, it's 34,732.
That wasn't the Lenny month. He takes out his health insurance once a year.
Right.
Which really lowers and it kind of skews it a little. I think that was June he did that one.
Yeah. Madam Chair, he usually averages in between anywhere from like $7,000 to $12,000 a month in service charge. So those months where I think he did it in February, like our service charge was only around like 18,000.
yeah, yeah.
So months like that really hurt.
Right, I'm sure, yes. Okay. So, yes,
Madam Chair, I was just gonna, just for, I think everybody's perspective, on average, pre-pandemic, we were roughly, service charge collection wise, we were around in the $700,000 range, correct? Or not exactly, but in that area.
Correct. And now we're
Right.
like, we're gonna be really, really, really lucky to even get like 390. So,
Madam Chair, may I again?
yes, Tom.
Just for people who may not be as familiar as the people sitting around these tables, this budget is supposed to be implemented when?
October 1st is the start of the federal fiscal year.
Madam Chair, we just had a meeting earlier this week about these numbers, and in that meeting, Amy was very, she was receptive, she worked up a couple different scenarios for us, but this is an example again of the committee being asked to discuss something that we haven't seen. We have asked repeatedly for any material that the committee's gonna be asked to discuss be disseminated to us by Monday as the meeting in a week is gonna take place. And it's difficult to sit around and discuss numbers that you don't have in front of you. And I had the benefit of participating in the meeting with Amy earlier this week where we discussed some of these things. But if we're planning to implement this budget in 2 weeks and nobody's even seen it, that to me strikes us is a problem. And I guess since I now have the floor, I'll go ahead and give my thoughts on all three of the projections for the budget. This is not directed at the people sitting across the room from me at all. So please don't take it that way. All three of these scenarios says we are going to be ending the next year with less cash in the bank than we have this year. And in no scenario is that our program getting better. That's our program getting worse. We will have less money then than we do now. And less service charge go through the roof. But we all know that right now, rest area is about to slow down, mask mandates are coming back, travel is gonna slow, so the service charge estimates that we have are probably a little bit inflated. I hope they're not, but they probably are. But here we are, we're saying that we're going to cut these services, we're going to try to watch our spending in these areas, and we're still losing money. This should scare everybody in our program. A couple more years like this, there'll be no cash balance. There'll be no business enterprise program in the state of Ohio. And Madam Chair, with that, I yield the floor for the moment.
I appreciate that, Council, you're right.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
I'm gonna get in trouble, but if the operators have a bunch of employees, for example, or have all these costs, and we are not doing anything to reduce them, our consultants are gonna say something to us. So I really wanna know what the Bureau is doing to reduce costs. You can't run a business the way we're running this business right now.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
You want me to address that?
Yes?
Yeah.
So again, we've got positions that are not being filled. I know overall, as an agency, they're reducing costs, which reduces our administrative costs. They're taking away, which is appropriate, like totally appropriate, desk phones, everyone, and that's an expense that again was part of the administrative. Pool cars are being pulled back. Everything is being looked at, everything.
And I think that's something we, as a program, we've talked about service calls, trying to do things to adjust that. We talked about purchasing of equipment. We've talked about already the stipend. So we're doing a lot to try and balance that. And I guess where John's question is, what else can be done? Is there more that can be done? So that what the program needs to have accomplished can still be accomplished, which is, providing good work opportunities for our operators and making sure our businesses are running as they should be.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
unfortunately, I guess I'm gonna have to say this as well, because to anyone who's not aware, this room is set up, it's a large square, there's a row of tables down one side of the room and a row of tables down the opposite side of the room, there's a big open area in the middle. And most of the committee members and guests are on one side, and the Bureau and Larry, I don't know how Larry's not over there, but the Bureau and Larry are on the other side of the room. So when I say that this side of the room is, we said, okay, we won't take some members of this committee have said, okay, we're fine with not paying out stipends this year. So we've said we're okay with not expanding as much as we can expand this year. We've said we're okay with not buying new equipment this year. We've made accommodations, we've made compromises to try to make the budget work. And now I guess unfortunately I'm gonna have to ask, what is that side of the room done to try to get our budget more in line so that we stop dipping into our cash balance? So maybe we can end the year at the same cash balance we started with instead of less.
Sally?
Sorry, Tom, I didn't mean to.
No,
interrupt you. No, please remember that I am now doing the job of 2 area managers. I've got the entire state. I'm down 2 consultants. The only place I have 2 consultants is in Cincinnati. I've got people covering Columbus from Cleveland, both my Cincinnati consultants, Dayton is helping. So we are down staff, and I know it's not always seen what we're doing behind the scenes, but you've got to realize we are stretched thin right now. And my biggest fear is my one Columbus consultant is going to leave, and then what do we do? Columbus is our biggest area, and I have 1 consultant. So I guess our staffing levels are what we're doing.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I didn't ask the question to be confrontational, I asked because I'm familiar with what we're doing, and I appreciate it. You've given me an answer, and that's what I was going for.
I hope you didn't think I was going to help.
No, I think you might have felt a little defensive, but I didn't mean that. I meant, I know what we're doing, and
things we need to do as partners is, if it gets to a point where the, you know, like you said, we don't have a consultant covering Columbus, we need to sit down and look at, and I know you guys do this, but maybe from the operator's perspective, what the consultants do that may not need done. You know, to cut back on some of what you guys are having to do, whether it be the consultants or Sally, like you said, doing the job of two and stuff like that. Maybe there's things that you guys are doing that we don't need you to do.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
know that one helpful thing, and again, if the committee can enforce this, what would be helpful is the first line for consultants, or for operators, is to reach out to the consultant for needs. Sometimes they bypass the consultants and go straight to Sally, who then has to either drop what she's doing and deal with it, or push it back to the consultant. So that would be helpful.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John?
One of the ways the consultants are wasting time is having to read the messages to Schaefer from us all the time. They have to call us and we talk to Schaefer and then have to either text us or call us or email us Schaefer's answer. And that's a total waste of time.
Yeah, being a middleman.
It really is a waste, and it's causing problems with understanding what we need and what we want.
Madam Chair, can I ask a zero question?
Yes.
Madam Chair, to Christie or Sally, whoever best to answer this one, have you guys thought about maybe instead of having each operator call their consultant and go close, maybe have one point person on your guys' staff who handles the placement service calls? And the reason I suggest that is some of what John just said is applicable to a lot of operators. Their stuff gets, the details of the service call and the reason for it get lost in translation. Because my understanding is we tell a consultant writes it up, Jill reads it, rewrites it, the consultant then looks at it and approves it, and then the tech comes out and performs it. And there's a lot of space in there for everybody to learn the system. If we had one point person on the Jill staff who could say, oh, that's a service call for changing the prices in the government, we have a sheet over here that can tell you how to do that. That doesn't really mean a service call. Or so-and-so's got a service call close to that, why don't we piggyback those two service calls on the same day? Because consultants may not always be aware, and I know you guys have a system where you can look at this, but I do believe there might be some room to streamline the process for everybody and maybe save us some money in aggravation. Is that something you guys look at?
Yes, Sally?
I was just gonna say, that's definitely something we could look at. We definitely wanna keep at least one consultant involved in the process because, they track things, like the recalls and making sure we're not being overcharged. And there are sometimes that they catch those things. So, I mean, that's definitely something we could look at, is putting one person in that position.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I need to ask, how many jobs will be projected to be created this year? And which scenario was that? That they were included in the budget?
I don't see any jobs being created in any of
There-
those scenarios, but.
Just the reopening of 76 rest area, and there's no universities being opened this year?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I probably shouldn't be the one to answer this, but Larry's second scenario was doing Tri-C. We don't have to sign contracts with Tri-C, that is my knowledge, but I think the second scenario actually would have created a job, however, others would have been cut, so.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think even without, Tri-C, and OU, and Akron, I think that was on there. We do have things that are jobs that are being temped. I know there is gonna be a rest area open back up, and that's gonna be a job, and we have several university and colleges that are being temped. Currently, that will be jobs, so there are going to be opportunities, and just because we're saying, you know, we're not expanding, it doesn't mean that we're not having discussions for like future, and maybe service charge in a couple of months, like, maybe this variant peaks and goes back down and things are well, and maybe in January we're having a whole different discussion. We're never gonna quit having the conversation with people that for expansion, it's just right now we don't have the funds to do it.
And I will say too, that Frank and I were on our call this week with Director Miller and Greg, and we talked a little bit about this budget stuff, and not to this detail with the numbers and all, but just possible expansion, and it did come up, and Frank asked straight up the question about, well, is this, we were just gonna stop discussing with possible expansion and stuff, and we were assured, no, that's not the case. Maybe we still continue to talk to these universities and put a start date for, 2024, 2023, knowing that we can't do it this year. But the plan was not to stop anything.
Madam Chair?
Yes, there. Well, hold on, Frank first was gonna say something, and then.
Yeah, I'll just add to what Annette said, and one of the phrases that I used, and, because the way it was presented on the call was we need to pause expansion. And my concern was that if it gets paused, I'll use the University of Akron and the University of Cincinnati, where, I know our program has been involved in the process of trying to get the beverage situations there where we already have snack machines. And the point that I had made, and Annette reiterated to them, was we don't want to just stop talking to people, because that's what I thought, the phones were going to be turned off and nobody was going to be talking to any of these folks or calling them and the point I had made was we need to do expansion, it needs to be strategic, and it needs to be within the money that we have. We can't spend money we don't have. And then the other, and Greg did say, well, we're not doing that. And like Annette just said, because and Greg's idea, and I was in agreement with that, well, maybe, if we can do what we need to do to get the priority in these locations, then we can negotiate the start date through the contract or whatever, because we can't take something over, like Annette said, we can push it, if we were to get one of those today, we wouldn't be able to do it this year, or probably in fiscal 22, it would be sometime in 23 or 24, so. But the idea is to know that the program is expanding, is growing, because without that, there is no future. We need to get more service charge dollars coming in. That's one way to do it, but we got to be careful with what we have. We all recognize that and realize that and understand that. And then the other, the other part of it is, I think Greg had mentioned some of these universities have kind of taken a hard stance, and I guess we'll hear about that in a little bit when we get to that, and we'll deal with that appropriately at the right time. But anyway, that was just the stuff that, and it sounded like we were positioned in considering the circumstances, we're under in an okay position. But I want to make sure, and I think all of us around this table, committee, operators, everybody, need to make sure that we continue to move this process forward with understanding that, even if we are able to accomplish these things, that, and I forgot Tom's too, Tri-Seed, that's something that needs done too. But we can't do everything all at one time. And I've said that all along, even when things were, even when we had money, it was going to have to be staggered a little bit anyway. So we're trying to operate and get this done, and we just got to do it a little differently. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm sorry.
Derek?
Well, I just wanted to suggest that the immediate concern when we're talking about expansion, the immediate concern in expansion is rebuilding the program. We've lost jobs. We're going to continue to lose jobs. We're going to lose jobs at Red Cat, at VSCC, possibly Rhodes Tower, and many of the jobs that are out there are going to be diminished to a point where they're not going to be paying the amount of service charges they ever paid before. So this isn't a question of expansion of the program, it's a question of rebuilding the program. And if we don't do that, we're never going to get back to a level of service charge that can sustain the way we currently do business and have been doing business.
Madam Chair,
Really have to be careful about all of that stuff.
what's your definition of rebuilding, Derek?
replacing the jobs that have been lost and will be lost, and bringing jobs back to the level that they were previously, that they can't possibly be because of the way government's gonna operate moving forward. The population in this building, for example, is never gonna be what it was before, whether by virtue of less people coming into the building or less days of the week that they come to the building and those sorts of things. The way that meetings will be conducted, all of those kinds of things. The Rhodes Tower is gonna be devastated by this as well. Universities are actually gonna be hurt by this considerably.
Madam Chair?
The amount of business that goes on at universities is gonna be diminished. It's not gonna expand, it's only gonna, it was headed that way anyhow for various reasons,
Oh.
and now it's gonna even more quickly contract the business at universities will.
Maybe I'm confused about expansion. Is that adding on to current facilities, or is that creating a new facility?
Both.
Both.
Well,
They,
okay, I'm still confused then.
No, that's okay.
Madam Chair, ma'am,
Yes,
believe me, I don't ever want to tell a blind person there's not a job for you in the business enterprise program, because that's the reason the business enterprise program exists. And this goes back to the statement earlier that I don't have documents in front of me to give me the freshest recollection possible. I'm pretty sure that in March of 2014, or 2020, our cash balance was a little bit over $400. Here we are in September of 2021, and it's about $330,000. And like I said, I haven't seen these numbers, but I believe in all the scenarios Amy just mentioned earlier, it's less than $200,000. We just had a discussion 2 days ago where we agreed that we shouldn't let it go below 250. We're playing with these numbers like it can constantly be adjusted, and we can't consider expansion until we can stop the lowering of our cash balance. And like I said, I prefaced this whole thing by saying I never want to tell a blind person there's no job for you. But we've got to stop spending money so that we have money to grow.
Chair.
yes, Sally.
You guys actually run right into this.
Okay.
So currently, we have 18 full facilities that are being temped. So, you know, it may be something if preserving jobs or making new jobs, maybe we reconfigure some of these open facilities. You know, I've got OU Athens that just came down yesterday at 5 p.m., not a single bidder. Not a single bidder. And that was one we wanted to go after the other half of campus. OSU Mansfield, Larry's been temping for a few weeks, and he's no longer interested in doing that. So we've got the jobs, we just need the people.
And the jobs aren't making money right this
Yeah,
second.
that's the problem, right?
Madam Chair, that's my point. These aren't jobs. I mean, you're talking about these 18 jobs that are being sent. Some of those are jobs that don't exist anymore, and they'll have to be, like you said, combined into the other jobs, like the right kind of transport place. There's two vending routes there. That's only going to be one job now, not two jobs. And so those temps aren't 18 jobs. They're 6 jobs, maybe. And it's a net loss of jobs. And the problem isn't that there aren't operators. The problem is that there aren't suitable sites for operators to want to bid on. Who wants to go to a place where they're not going to make money and possibly lose money?
Yeah, it's the timing of it. At some point, OU would pull an operator. If the times were normal, we would have got someone to bid on it. Nobody wants to take that on now because you're going to lose money. So, yeah, we need to sit and figure out what to do with all of those things at the same time. But, so what do we need to do today with these? We got the notion of how sad things look. I assume those numbers, all the budgets and projections are continuing with the staff payment coming from another source through the end of December. That's correct still, right?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. And then we were actually supposed to get a little bit longer with that to cover some of the cost of the secondary highways. We were promised that as well, so that wouldn't come out of program money. where we had to reimburse our operators for the payments they were making for the secondary highways. I know that's a relatively small amount, but every dime counts, so. So I don't know how long that would be, but, you know, I would think at least a little bit more time.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was $18,000, and we're still trying to recover that. We're still gonna, it's on our agenda for talking with ODOT. So I think it was, that was a
Okay.
conversation where if we couldn't get ODOT to pay, that,
Absolutely,
yes,
yes, okay,
yeah.
yeah,
And that's still on the horizon.
okay.
Madam Chair, I
Yeah.
think with the budget, and we can get those projections out to the committee, and again, those projections were created, I think, in part after the conversation that the work group had on Tuesday. I know it wasn't done before that work group call. You know, the budget is fluid, it's constantly, you know, it's a projection, it's not in stone, it's fluid. I think that, you know, we're committed to, you know, and Amy is, on working with the work group, also discussing the budget with the committee every month, and keeping everyone up to date.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I hate to do this, but I understand the budget is fluid, but this is not the first time that we all realized that we were gonna have to have a budget for next year. To communicate to the committee nothing in writing, and then expect the committee to discuss it. We've discussed this time after time, year after year. You can't bring stuff to this committee and say, we wanna talk about this, and I know, but we're gonna read it to you, and we didn't have time to get it out to you. You just can't. And I know the stuff that Amy and the work group discussed this week, you had some scenarios, but before that meeting, there was some document somewhere with some sort of something on it. It's not fair. It's not fair to ask my memory to remember all of these different budget numbers and sit here and have a discussion about it. It's just not fair to this committee as a whole.
Madam Chair, I hear you, Tom, we will do better. But the other thing is, and I'm trying to be calm, Amy showed up to a budget meeting, August 20th. The only one who showed up from that budget committee was there. And so that also, like, she was prepared to talk then. So I think we both, everyone needs to do a better job, and I'm committed. We're committed to working together. I want to, my goal before I retire is that, you know, again, that we're not hiding anything. We're as transparent as possible. There's nothing, and we have the hard conversations. I mean, this is hard conversation. The last thing we want to do is to say, you know, we didn't want to be in this situation budget-wise. So I hear you, Tom. We will send out the information. And again, I hope that budget committee too, because I've talked since 2015. I remember sitting in a room with Jeff Toll on, you know, what you guys need and want to see to help you understand the budget process, what numbers. I know that people are on different, you know, you might want different numbers than like John D. and, you know, Jeff. So we're going to have to work on that, on what's the most beneficial for the group to make sound decisions going forward.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes.
Okay. I don't, first off, I will take responsibility for the August 20th meeting, but to say you guys didn't make it to an August 20th meeting, so you screwed up, and we didn't get to the budget in time, so we screwed up for all even. They're two separate things. But I will take responsibility. I will say, I work 6 days a week. I got a lot of stuff going on. I chose to do that. But I made a mistake that day. I missed that meeting. I was 20 minutes late. I called into it. Derek and Amy were on the call, and at that point, no one else had called in. But I was, and I will also take responsibility for this one, I was participating in what I thought was a group to help communicate what the budget means. When we get numbers that say this, how does the committee translate that into something we can understand? How does it operate with that? So I thought I was working on budget presentation. At the July meeting, I became the budget committee chair and the budget presentation implementation committee chair, it got kind of rolled into one.
Yeah.
So that is my fault. I didn't know we were meeting to discuss a budget. I thought we were meeting to discuss how information was presented. But it was not at Amy at all. It was just a general statement, and I don't think anyone is hiding anything. I think it's more that it's okay for the people who are looking at the computer screen to say, what's the big deal, let's talk about it. Because there's been many a times we've asked the Bureau, hey, let's talk about the subject, and the Bureau will say, we don't have the information, we can't talk about it. The committee didn't have that ability at this point because we're supposed to actively participate, so we had to discuss something we hadn't seen. And that was my only point in the upload. I don't think anyone's hiding anything. Amy didn't screw up. We need to make sure if we're gonna talk about it, we do. That's all. And that's the scenarios that Amy worked up for the group, there is no way she could have got them to everybody by Monday because we didn't even have a meeting until Tuesday. So I'm not blaming her for that either.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Frank first, and then,
Madam Chair, I just want to throw this out to other committee members who are doing, committee chairs like Tom with budget or anybody else who's working on anything. And like Tom said, you work several days a week. If you guys are doing that and you have a meeting scheduled and you run into a problem, call Annette, call me, call one of us or both of us. If I can't do it, she can do it. If she can't do it, hopefully I can do it until we can, and maybe you're able to hop on during the meeting, even if you are working, maybe not, I don't know. But just so we can try and have some continuity there. And I don't know if it'll work or not, but we can certainly try to do that, so.
I was 20 minutes late to my own meeting, that's an excuse.
well, it happens.
It happens, Tom, you're working.
Yeah,
And I just forgot.
yeah, it happens, it does.
Madam Chair?
I have Amy first.
I was just gonna say, Amy and I were this close to getting the budget crisis
We're talking about it, so.
We have that in world hunger all figured
Oh,
out.
yeah.
There you go.
Well, work on the virus, get that solved
Yeah,
next.
the next one.
Oh, that was part of the budget
Oh,
crisis
okay.
resolution, yeah, absolutely.
Yes, get rid of it. But Amy, you had,
I was just gonna say to the group, I will try to do a better job of sending things out like that ahead of time. I could have probably sent it out after I had it finished this week. But it's kind of already done, so moving forward, just because I can't go back to the
Right.
first of the week and send it back out. I can send those out to the committee today, if you would like to look over them.
Yeah, I want to see it.
yes.
And there's different tabs.
Yes, there are 3 different tabs, that has each different scenario on it.
Itself.
So we have our idea, I appreciate that, Amy, we have our idea, we know the budget's split. Is there anything you need from the committee today? We don't need to decide on one of those tabs or nothing today, I can't imagine. And we're not prepared to anyway, but yes,
The budget will be implemented October 1st, and the committee's not gonna meet again before that happens. So I think if the committee's going to have input, now's the time to have it.
well, yeah, we can have input, but I don't think we need to decide on, this is the exact structure we're gonna use, because it is a fluid. I think, am I wrong with that, or?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
So we don't have to decide, but we do have to decide. So
Okay.
we will have to submit something to our fiscal that says, we would like to ask the spending
that's,
authority for this amount of money, but that doesn't mean that we can't go back later in the year and ask for more.
okay,
So if the committee says, we're just gonna try to right now buckle down and preserve the cash balance, and maybe
That's
then
what
we
I'm
have another
feeling.
discussion either December or January, kind of like that midpoint of the year. And then if, things are really turning around again like they were a few months ago, maybe then that we submit a new budget and we ask for a little bit more spending authority. So it's a yes and a no.
okay, I gotcha now.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Don.
So, we also forgot about Larry, by the way, but,
Oh, wait.
you want me to wait?
Oh,
Go ahead, Larry, there.
Madam Chair, I was
Yeah.
just gonna say, are we looking to preserve the biggest cash balance, and should we make a motion to choose that budget projection? Or,
I
Oh.
can make it, I'll second it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but John, you were gonna
Yeah,
say
so-
something first, and then we'll.
Kind of a question to Amy, so can we, like, when working with the spending authority, can we kind of overstate what we want and then not use it? Or is that not approved yet?
Yes. Madam Chair, sorry. We can, like this year, we're probably going to be under budget because we put in spending for CSU and we used OSU machines for that. And we're not going to probably spend the full amount that we budgeted for maintenance and repair and moving. We're gonna be a little bit under on that.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
wouldn't it make sense to choose the best scenario and you know, not necessarily spend it? You still got, we don't have to go back to the spending authority and say we need more money. Which I know you guys don't like doing.
Yeah, we should ask for all the money we can get,
Yeah.
and then not spend it if we, that's right.
That's, just makes more sense.
So, Madam Chair, so what you guys are suggesting, like, let me put this out there. Like, if you guys agreed that we might keep Tri-C on there, which would potentially be a job. Right now, the projection is that that brings us down to like 102,000, which doesn't make me comfortable with the last cash balance. But, you know, I guess that's the question is, what is the committee comfortable on the cushion and the bank account balance? That's, I think, one of the questions, right, Amy?
We want that as big as it
Right.
could be, yeah, we don't, I don't like it going to $100,000.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we talked about 250 on Tuesday, which I think a lot of us liked, but I don't think, it doesn't sound like that's feasible right now. But the 100, too scared to grab that.
Yeah, 100,000.
Madam Chair,
I don't like that at
Yes,
all.
there's no way that Amy can do this at the moment. But I would like to see, what does our budget look like if we say we're not living in our cash balance at all, we're going to go with that? What can we not afford? That puts this whole thing in perspective, because that's, anytime we're dipping into our, and that's another difficulty being in this room and having to try to make these decisions, is the decisions that we participate on here affect a lot of people, but it's easier for me to allow the choices. Do we go broke, or do we try to grow business? Well, the answer to both of those is, we should try to grow business and we should try to grow the cash balance, but we can't. So which one of those is most important? And the way I look at it is, without a cash balance, our program can't survive. If we go through another shutdown, that cash balance is gonna be affected more steeply than we anticipate because service charge dollars will be missing. So I'm trying to look at a rainy day service charge collection future for us. And what happens to our cash balance if we spend the absolute bare minimum?
Madam Chair?
yes.
I'm gonna point out that in looking at this budget, this projection, it's important to understand, in terms of percentages, the amount of money that's going towards particular expenditures. And I think you'll find those numbers pretty shocking. The Schaefer, for example, what's budgeted for Schaefer is a significant number percentage-wise of the entire budget. And payroll, staff, is even higher. I think it's around 55% for that. And you're talking 35% for Schaefer, which leaves 10 or 15% for everything else that has to go on in our program. I want people to understand that. That's not the way the program is supposed to operate. So our cash balance is the least of our concerns. I mean, it is important, obviously. We have to have cash balance. That means we're conducting business. But realize where all your money's going as you try to make decisions about how you're going to project the budget.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to echo Derek's thoughts from a different perspective, and maybe this will help people see it from a different point of view. If you look at the way things are trending right now, and the amount of our budget we're spending on particular line items, how long can our program continue at those levels? So if we don't start looking at what the largest consumer of our cash balance is, pretty soon we won't have a cash balance. And right now, we're saying that we're just gonna keep these things, and we're just gonna go negative this year a little bit. But what happens if we go negative next year a little bit? So that's shit with that.
I know, I'm not sure where to go with this. I'm just, I mean, the business side of me sits here and says, if you're spending 55% of your budget on one item, and you're less than, you have to cut that somewhere. That's too much. But but I also recognize the concern that the program is in, with that. So I don't know what to do about that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
even if we spend no dollars on equipment newsstands, so that's your Tri-C, your OU, the expansion, or maybe expansion's not the right word, staff salary is 43%. Case service spend, so you're maintaining your current obligations with Schaefer, keeping what we have running, all of that. That is 57%. But if we spend, if the other two scenarios, we're gonna still spend more on case services, because the total amount of budget's gonna go up.
John?
Madam Chair, I have a question for Amy. What, in the budget for next year, what did you put the dollars for Schaefer's at?
So in match dollars, maintenance and repair is 153, and moving and storage is 37.
So did you reduce it from this year since we didn't come close to spending what was in the budget?
Yeah, I reduced it by, I think, $80,000, that, in non-match dollars. So like, real-time money, I reduced it by 80,000.
Right.
And Madam Chair, to expand on that, that's a guess too, because if things start opening up, I see that that's gonna uptick
It
from last
is.
year.
It is.
You know, machines haven't been used, they're been down.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have a question for Amy. Which scenario had the projected highest cash balance at the end of the year?
What is that?
Which budget scenario, what number, or do you have a number? That's fine.
Yeah, scenario 3 is the kind of the
What
bare
does-
minimum of spending.
What was the balance on that at the end of the year?
248,969.
Can I make a
60
motion?
cents if you want to get technical.
You can,
Okay, I motion that we adopt budget number 3 for the upcoming fiscal year, 2021.
Is there a second?
For the purposes of discussion,
Okay. Now Frank asked again to go over number 3. And again, like I said, we don't
Yeah.
have it. We're gonna ask it for the
I'll take this really fast. Don't lose it. Okay. Alright, scenario number 3. I'll read through each category. So equipment newsstand, we would spend $0. Maintenance and repair of equipment, it's $153,360. Equipment, so replacement of existing stands, so this is like, the fridge goes down, freezer goes down, vending machine goes down, rest areas reopening, that type of thing, it's $47,329. Other, so your moving and storage is $37,275. Equipment new, existing stands, so security cameras, the additional machines for OSU that were never installed. Remodeling, so the rest area repairs, right pack counter replacement, it's $21,300. Management service is just $213. Admin costs, $22,365, and the AG is $4,260. And that's all case services, comes to a total of $293,897. Staff match from January, through the end of the fiscal year is $223,133. So that gives the total budget number of $517,000. $517.30, which gives, you're gonna add in your current cash balance, which is $346,000. We're gonna estimate that we're gonna take in,
400,000, yeah, you said.
this is gonna take it lower, cause I still had it at 420. So it's gonna put your net cash on hand at $228,969.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if things improve, can we go into expansions or building onto jobs as we go along, or would we be stuck in that scenario?
Madam Chair, we would be able to go back and look at this again. I think the thing to remember is a budget, I mean, just like your personal budget, it's a living, breathing document. So, you know, at the beginning of the year, you may budget for all of these like home improvements, but by June, you're thinking like, oh, maybe this isn't a good idea, so you put it on pause. And then come November, so you get a raise or a bonus or something, and then you're like, oh, okay, I can finish my home stuff that I wanted. So it's fluid. As things improve or maybe go the other direction, we can always come back and look at this. This is not set in stone. This is just kind of like start of the year. What are we looking at for the rest of the year?
Madam Chair, can I also add something too that I don't think we've explained very well either. We've had opportunities in the last 18 months to put in for lost revenue that the program has received through CARES Act money, through all of it. The only thing that went through, thank God, was the inventory forgiveness. We continue any opportunity that we get, any opportunity. Hey, you guys have a scenario where, you guys can put in. And unfortunately, we actually in the last month was given this opportunity and we put in all the lost revenue we got. It was denied. It was not accepted. I know, Annette, you said, and I saw a blitz thing from Terry that I can get out to all operators. I think, is it NAMA or NFBEI that's also going to Congress to ask for funds as well for the lost revenue? I mean, there might be a chance where, but we can't budget on that hope.
Right.
But any opportunity we get, we're gonna put in yes, we need money to grow the program.
Anyway, just a little bit happy news, as you brought it up, there's a plan afoot. Now, it may not go through. The Department of Education has $177 million out there that got turned back into them, that is looking for a home. And there's some folks who's really trying to get that money to be available to SLAs as grants for things like expansion or updating the program, not for general operating. It would be for special projects, things like that. But that's still not happened yet, but it's something we're gonna keep an eye out. And if that becomes available, we're gonna really push the Ohio to get our grubby paws on some of that money for something we can do here, so.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Jerry.
That was actually part of Amy and my plan. I'm joking. I want to get back to the numbers that Amy just read to us,
Yeah.
so everybody clearly understands what she just said. $238,000 for staff. We're projecting revenues of $400,000. Think about that.
I know.
That's 60% of our projected revenue. The amount that's spent on Schaefer and Schaefer repair, maintenance, and moving, close to $200,000. That's 50% of our projected revenue. And I think that's a conservative estimate. I think we'll hit 460, 470. That's still 50% of our revenue being spent on staff. And that's still 38% of our revenue being spent on repair, maintenance, and moving. That's outrageous. We can't operate the program that way. That's what you guys need to be discussing today, not the scenario of the projection of the budget that's going to preserve the most cash on hand. You need to figure out how the money should be spent better to address the needs of the program and the operators specifically. Thank you.
You're right, and we're gonna, I'm thinking, and I know we have our budget work group, and I don't know if this ties in with it, but I think there should be a fiscal responsibility work group. And somebody who really looks at, and I know the budget's hand in hand with that, I'm trying to think if that should be part of that group, or if we should have a separate group to do that, to really get into the details and find, we're gonna tighten our belts, we need to tighten it all across the board and figure out what, like I said, some of the things, see where, if we lose a staff person, how we can keep going without the staff person, and if we lose 4 staff people, how do we keep going without 4 staff people? Or if we, need to do some training for operators to cut our Schaefer expense. Or there's probably dozens of things we can do to really look at this stuff and tighten our belt. And, I'm giving that some thought, if we need to establish a group just for that. That's kind of, we have the budget group and they're gonna be doing their thing, or if it should be a separate entity. Tom, what's you're kind of the budget guy. Would that be something your group could do as well, you think, or do you think that's too much?
I believe the talent is there for the group, Madam Chair, but I believe the difficulty comes in with the scenarios that we've presented today. We've been given 3 scenarios, and in those 3 scenarios, the only thing that hasn't been, that there was no cuts suggested to, is the consumer of the budget. And if we're gonna have a fiscal responsibility meeting, we need to have that meeting with people who are willing to take a hard look at things and make some sacrifices. But today, the only thing that's been suggested to be sacrificed is program growth and services operating. And we can't, their point is, if we don't look at where our money's being spent, pretty soon we don't have any money to spend. So I don't understand why we have if Zero came to this committee and said, okay, we're gonna discuss the budget, staff is off limits. And the committee said, okay, well, we're gonna discuss the budget, but moving and repairing growth is off limits. What's there to discuss? It's not an active participation to say, here's a group of things we're willing to cut, and here's a group of things we're not. But that's what we've been given. And that's Madam Chair, it should tie in with the budget, I guess, to answer your question. However, I don't know how you have a discussion with people who aren't willing to look at all the options.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
would either you or Frank be willing to share what you guys and the director and Greg talked about regarding staff salaries?
Madam Chair, can I take the floor back one moment? Let's going forward, let's not call them staff salaries, let's call them egg purchases. The staff salary thing hits people so personally, and it's not a personal thing, it's a hard portion of our budget.
Madam Chair,
yeah.
so it's not that we take it personally, like at the end of the day, it's an operating expense to this program. And unfortunately, it has ties around union and government things, that only one person has the decision to change it. So that's not really, if a work group talks about, I don't know what you guys want to call it, it is staff salary. It's not like that we can make any decision on that, like Christy, Sally, or I, Greg even. We have no say in that, and I think that for budget purposes, we have to keep in mind, and it is an operating expense to the program, and it kind of is what it is at this point, unless the director says otherwise. And for conversation, it's in there for that reason.
The one thing we did talk about, and I recognize this, and Frank and I both agree that we recognize it, that when Director Miller, he said, you know, when it comes to the staff pay, and we were appreciative of being paid out this year, the problem he faces, and like I said, I'm sympathetic to it, is that if he takes the pay for the staff from another source, then that program, there's another source that's getting cut too. And I recognize that, I understand that, I do. But, you know, my primary concern is the VE program, but I understand the position that would, but we don't want any programs to the disabled cut. But that's the one thing we did talk about. Frank, am I missing something else that we?
The other thing that, well, when they talk about the word, we're putting a pause on expansion, and I'm like, a pause, my greatest fear is if we hit the pause button on some of the stuff we've been working on, for example, with universities, it'll never get restarted.
Right, right.
And Director Miller had chimed in and said that, well, no, he said we're not going to stop, and Greg said we're not going to stop working on this stuff, because Director Miller said, look, if the program doesn't expand or grow somehow, or, the money doesn't come back, then I can't justify keeping all these people. So, and that's kind of where we left it, and then what Annette just said, that was said as well. So it was we were on the phone with them for quite a while. Normally that meeting takes 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes. I think we were on the phone for almost 2 o'clock, and it started at 1, so.
Yeah, and it was mostly talking about budget, but, so I recognize we're at an impasse of this, and I don't know how to fix it, and I wish I could come up with a solution to fix it, because we're right in that we shouldn't be spending all this money on something that our program can't sustain to keep paying for. And we're also right in that we can't, that the program is meant to provide this service for the blind vendors, and we shouldn't be prioritizing, paying for, other people and harming our blind vendors in the process. But I also recognize that there is a problem that the agency has, that these are people, they're union people, and the agency can't pull from another program to pay for it either, so I don't know.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Tom first.
This committee is being given a budget, and says, here's a significant expenditure from your budget that you have no authority over, so here are the remaining things, figure out how you're gonna keep yourself going, but we're not willing to budget. That's the outline of the situation. When you start talking about unions and people's jobs and salaries and all that, that's where the thing, it feels like we're operators attacking the hero. That's not what it is. But it comes down to, when the director says it's not fair to take money from another program to pay VE bills, that this VE is a self-sustaining entity with the federal assistance. We generate the proceeds that allow the continued administration of our program. And we're now being told that you're going to generate those resources, yet you will not have input on how a significant portion of them are spent. And that's frustrating. It is not an apples-to-apples comparison. And with that, Madam Chair, I'm done.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Larry.
my name is Matt
Oh,
Fitzgerald.
Matt, I'm sorry, I thought
No
it was Mary
problem.
over there, I'm sorry.
So I'm assistant legal counsel, and I came on board some 4 months ago. Previously to that, I worked with the Attorney General's office in the employment law section. To give you some perspective as to the staffing and the salaries, those individual items are specifically designated by statute. Those are controlled, the actual salary levels are something that is designated and, as Amy was saying, outside of our control.
my specific salary, that's also designated by statute, as well as all the other staff within OOD. Now, there are also other considerations, not only as to union individuals, but there's also specific designations within each employee on whether or not there's something called classified or unclassified staff. Classified staff being that they have a property interest in their position, and they're allotted due process if those type of rights are affected. Now, if you're looking at anything that may affect the staffing levels, there are also specific statutory requirements in order to affect those. And whether or not there's something called budgetary shortfalls, reasons for efficiency, and then those levels need to then be approved and go through the Ohio Department of Administrative Services. And when that happens, then further due process may need to occur through the State Personnel Board of Review and the individual employee's right to file an appeal. So to give you some perspective, that's what I would say is that affecting the staffing levels or the salaries themselves would be something that's very difficult to change. And that's coming from an individual that did this type of litigation for over a decade. So, with that being said, I mean, if we're concerned about, if you're concerned about, you know, whether or not the staffing levels are really tied to a percentage, I think that's also has to do with the amount of revenue that is coming into the program. And that if more revenue were to occur, then the percentages that you're concerned about would go down. So, you know, yeah, there are different levers that you need to pull in order to look at the budget. But just to give you some more insight as to your concerns about the staffing, I get it. But that's one tough nut to crack.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Larry.
You know, that's everything everybody's saying has a valid point, but we're all on the same boat. When the program goes down, both sides of the table are going down with it. So don't think that they're not concerned just as much as you and I are.
Madam Chair, I'm not certain that that's true based on what Matt just said. They can't just summarily get rid of the staff. If we go down, they're not necessarily going down. And that's the concern. Tom stated it very well. We're different in that the revenue that's generated to pay the salaries comes from our service charge dollars. It's generated by the business that we conduct. It's not based on tax revenue. It's based on sales revenue, net proceeds revenue. That's the difference. So I understand that what you're saying, but the problem with that is we can't be held to that level of responsibility for that money because we don't have any means to do anything otherwise. If, like Larry said, we go down as a program, the governor and the director are going to be faced with what to do with that staff. And they should also have that responsibility currently in our crisis. And they did. I mean, they paid the staff salaries for 10 months last year. Otherwise, our cash balance situation would be much different. And next year, the projected amount is based on 9 months, not 12 months. I mean, part of that 10 months is 3 months of that's being carried over into next year. If we were paying the full 12 months, our situation would be much different. The governor and or the director have to come up with a solution to this. They just have to. They did, and they can do it again, and they need to. Maybe you can reutilize people elsewhere for other tasks so that their jobs aren't affected and their salaries aren't affected, but they can still have benefit to other programs so that they're not harmed by the money coming from somewhere else other than us, because we just don't have the money to do it. And I don't want to seem like I'm only focusing on the staff salary, the staff payroll, I mean, a big one is Schaefer too. That's gotta get under control. I mean, we just saw, that's 50% of our projected revenue is gonna be spent on Schaefer. And that's a projection too, but that's likely a good projection. That's outrageous. We can't spend that much money on Schaefer.
So we're gonna need to, unfortunately, and this is a real critical thing, and we put a lot of time into it, and it needed to have a lot of time put into it. But we're not gonna solve any of this today, I wish we could. But we're just not going to. So we're gonna try and see what this, if this tightening the belt group can do anything. And maybe we'll, you know, I don't want to say be fortunate that we lose a few more people through attrition, but hey, if they're getting better jobs, then that's a, it would, you know, we had Jaron and he went and got what he thought was a better job for himself. So maybe other people will follow that route as well. And, you know, we'll just try and cut some of that and work on it. But we're going to try this work group working on the fiscal responsibility part of things. And part of that's going to be seeing how, as staff reduces, if we don't find a way to do it financially, at least through natural course of events, through attrition, how we can keep going and what we can address the Bureau's concern about, you know, what we can do with less staff. Our operators have to do it. When we have less sales, we work with less staff. That's just what we have to do. And we'd be irresponsible not to. Many of us had to lay off people and get rid of jobs, not just for our operators, but for our staff because of this problem. And, you know, nobody wants, like you said, we don't want this to be a personal thing. We love our consultants. We love you know, we don't want anyone losing their jobs, but we need to work on a plan to come out of this. So that work group's gonna do that, the fiscal responsibility, and try and work with that. And like Derek said, Schaefer and all around trying to figure out how to live in a smaller budget. Yes, yes, we do have a motion on the table, but yes.
I think that staffing levels need to be adjusted to the amount of work that's required. Any one of us who run our businesses, I understand that there's state law, I understand that there's union contracts, I understand all of that. But if every BE facility closed tomorrow, would the state of Ohio say it makes good sense to pay the same staff in perpetuity at the same level to do no work? So when we talk about staffing levels, we're not suggesting people get fired. We're saying that our program be right-sized. And that's a word that people use, but it's appropriate to the situation. If we have less facilities, there's less parent interactions, there's less operators working, there's less activity going on right now. And when we talk about these things, that's what we're talking about. And I had another point, and I completely forgot it, so with that, Madam Chair, I use it for that.
But we do have a motion to move forward with what we're referring to as the third scenario. That's the one that Amy read that has the highest cash balance at the end of the year. So is there any more discussion on the motion? Okay, so we're gonna call for the vote for that. Larry?
Yes.
Tom?
No.
Joe?
Yes.
Frank?
No.
John?
No.
And I vote no. So now we need to figure out what we're gonna do. We're still on the budget then.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John,
if I'm allowed to
you,
make the motion.
you are.
Okay. I think this will work. I think that we should, my motion is to choose the first scenario with the ability to reduce it if we need to, if things go worse. To give us the breathing room with the spending authority.
So, if I could rephrase.
Yes, please.
Then we accept the first scenario, which we will have Amy go back over before people vote, but not actually move forward with some of those stuff until we
Correct.
get
Yeah,
a
that's
bit
much
better
better.
picture
Thank you.
of what we're gonna do and relook at it in a few months.
Yes, thank you. Much better.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, did you get that, Amy? I want to make sure she gets
Hold on
it.
just 1 second.
Is Amy secretary in budget?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Everybody is doing double time, aren't
See,
they?
that's a salary that should not be paid.
No, we're keeping Amy.
Nobody.
No, she does a good job.
Yeah, Amy does, Amy holds up
She
the
does.
program.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, can you just go over it one more time? I have moved to accept the first scenario, but not go forward with any, how did you phrase that?
With any of the expansion components and look back over them in a few months.
Sorry.
I think I said it better the first time.
That always happens.
But did we have a second? Because Amy's spending so much time typing it out there.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Larry.
is that able to pull more money towards the program? Because I didn't understand, the third one was the same thing, but if we could spend money in the future, we would.
Yes, John.
It doesn't let us pull, it doesn't necessarily let us pull money. It just makes it possible, if we have the money, to spend it, because we don't have to go and ask for money, for permission to spend the money to the government later.
I thought that's pretty much what the other
No.
plan was.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just to clarify, with any of these scenarios, things could change in the future. So whether we ask for the money today and don't spend it, if we don't ask for the money and we need to go back and ask again, those are all possibilities.
Yeah, but I think it's better to have the money.
Madam Chair?
But
Yes.
Amy and Christie, it's been my understanding in the past that you guys don't like to do that as much, so it's always easier to do it now than later, you know.
Madam Chair, I think, yes, in the past, it's not been the best thing to have to go to our CFO and say hey, we want more, can you go back? But in these unprecedented times where, we are looking at kind of the buckling down and preserving as much cash balance as we have, I don't think that it would be a big deal to go back and ask for more in the future, just because times are so different now.
Madam Chair, I completely agree with Amy. Again, the controlling board and that process, it's different post-COVID than it was pre-COVID.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
today, Christie or Amy, how long does it take if you guys need to go to the controlling board? Do they only meet every so often? That's what, I think what we're trying to avoid, Christie, is getting into a situation where we need authorization for money and you're not, the controlling board doesn't meet, for 3 months, or, I don't know how often they do it, I guess that's what.
So Madam Chair, I think you need a 6-week lead time for,
All over there.
Yeah, we got you.
We need to either move it outside or.
There was a discussion about this topic, Madam Chair, and I have.
Tom started it.
I did. But I asked him if I could convey this personal statement to the village.
Okay.
I want to know how my ear got left out.
Okay.
That's
You guys
not
are sick.
social
Always
distancing
goes
at all.
Madam Chair, what we were just discussing is relevant to this, man.
Yes, yes, Tom.
I asked, Matthew made the point earlier that staffing levels are in law, staffing salaries are in law. But what's not in law is it says that the total responsibility for that staff is the business enterprise operator and the business enterprise program future. There is some flexibility to have other people pay for this, and the way I can prove that is it's happening right now. So instead of everybody taking it as such an adversarial, no, we're not gonna cut our people, I don't want you to cut your people, I just wanna help somebody else find find someone else to pay for it. Not all of them, just what our budget can afford, whatever it takes us not to go negative in this thing. But if we're sitting around this table, I'm not gonna vote yes for any scenario that only looks at cutting services to operate. I'm just not gonna do it. And Madam Chair, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Yes, Frank.
Madam Chair, Christie had said they need a 6-week time if they have to go to the controlling board. And sometimes, wherever that would fall, there's a possibility we wouldn't meet for a month or maybe two, so, or every other month. So that could put us in a weird position if we needed the money, if we needed them to go to the controlling board. I think that's where that's what we were talking about, Larry.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
It's better to get the money and hoard it all to ourselves and not spend it if we can't spend it. And then have it, instead of trying to go back later because of other budget cuts and stuff and everything. You don't know what'll happen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that's exactly the gist of my motion.
Oh. I agree. But, okay, so we have a motion. Amy, you want to run through the highlights of scenario one, since that's the motion that's on the table, so everyone knows what.
All right, Madam Chair, everything is the exact same from scenario 3, except equipment newsstands, we budget 126,735. And that would leave the cash balance at 102,234.
Okay. Any more, yes, right.
But the plan is to not spend. So the cash balance hopefully won't go that low unless we have the money warranted and we look at it and say, yeah, we can actually move forward with this project A or project whatever it would happen to be.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I don't believe the committee has the ability to get spending authority over when the bill spends that money. So if this committee votes for proposal 1, then the bill is spent whenever they want to spend it. They don't have to go back to the committee.
well, they do. By law, they're supposed to know whether they did.
Well, Madam Chair, no, they're not. If they're in front of the committee today and they're saying, this is the committee saying this is the budget we're approving, and the Bureau gets that budget, they're entitled to spend that budget. We're hoping that they won't, but there's nothing to say they can't.
Our motion, though, the equal part of the motion was not only to use that scenario, but not to move forward with any of that expansion stuff, so. I mean, yeah, they could ignore that part and do what they want, but if they were gonna ignore it, they could do it with any motion.
History supports that.
Yes. Oh. All right, any more discussion? All right, so for the vote, John,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tom,
No.
Jim,
Yeah.
Frank,
No.
okay. How was that? 3-2, okay, no, it passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch Frank's.
Frank said no, so it passed. 3-2. And this, oh, that's right, things still not, I was like, how do we have 3-2? Okay, I had a brain cramp for a minute, okay.
Sorry, it was a choice of bad.
Yeah, I know, it is, it really is. Okay, so, budget being temporarily put away, it's never put away really, but, back to the Rule 12 thing, and the motion we had on the floor about, we have a motion to suspend fair minimum return or stipend payments over the next year. We had that motion that was tabled and seconded. So back to that discussion. Anybody have anything to?
Don't do it. Madam Chair, don't do it.
All right, no more discussion. Call for the vote. John,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tom,
No.
Jim, Frank,
No.
okay. So,
Frank?
now,
What was Jim Davis's vote?
I said
no,
Okay. And what
so
was-
that went down, so now what do we do with,
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I honestly think by, in the rule, it says based on availability of funds.
It
If you
does.
don't have the funds to do it, you can't do it.
we have to
Madam
set an
Chair?
amount? Yes,
I agree that, I understand that, but I don't feel that we should have the funds for some person towards the community year and then not the next person towards the middle of the year, and that's why I did what I did.
Madam Chair, I didn't want to have to go down this road, but then I have one.
yeah,
I believe the language actually says the committee will decide, based on the availability of funds, how much money is available. It doesn't say the committee will decide whether or not money will be paid.
that's correct.
Okay.
So I think the discussion should be, how much do we want to give people, provided money's available?
That's exactly what we're supposed to do. If we give a great big grant of 10 million bucks,
I want to know it.
yeah, that's the same thing.
But if you won't ask for that, then I would want.
Yeah. So, I mean, you know, we could get some federal money in and have plenty of money to give out in stipend. I mean, that probably won't happen, but we should have it down if it did.
Well, Madam Chair, since I believe the prior motion was unlawful, I make a motion that we keep the current level.
Which I believe is 500, is that right? Yeah. Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, John?
I think that's too high.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Gary?
I agree. I think it's time to be prudent, I think it should be available, perhaps 500 a week is too much. And if we're gonna make it available and want to have it available for as many as possible, should it be available, I mean, it likely won't be, but should it be, we want to affect as many people as possible for as long as possible, so I would suggest a lower amount as well.
Yes, Tom?
That's an angle I hadn't considered. I'd like to amend my motion to adjust the level to 250 per week.
That's better.
Okay, Frank, are you?
Yep, I'm cool with that.
Second?
That's what I was thinking.
That's much better.
Okay, okay. So the motion is to set the fair minimum return amount at $250 a week.
Madam Chair?
Yes, John?
You know, we're telling the Bureau they need to become, they need to cut our costs. Well, you know, by doing this, it shows that we're serious for doing this thing as well. So
Absolutely.
I'm good.
Okay. Is there more discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm so confused.
What are you just,
So you know that come October 1, anyone who shut down is gonna say, I want my 250 a week.
yeah, we're probably gonna tell them you can't have it.
But we have available
You
funds.
just said,
We, well, then we've had them all along. Why, I mean, it was at 500 this year.
If you voted last year to suspend it or put it at 0, last year it was 0. 2 years ago, it was at 500.
Oh.
And, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, 2 years ago, it was at 500,
Right.
and there was gonna be a whole bunch of requests for lots of it, and this committee determined that only 2 weeks would be paid to anybody who was eligible.
So
They
anyone,
limited it at that time, but it wasn't in the September meeting, it was in
It was early.
the May or June meeting, in
Yeah.
the middle of the year, to say, we don't have that much money to pay everybody that's gonna want it, but here's what we do.
so Madam Chair, is your suggestion that anyone comes forward wanting it, that the committee then determines, or we collaborate on the availability of funds, what that definition is? Because that's the thing. I'm afraid that people are gonna say, but you have money in the budget. I hear you, and that's exactly how it went down. The committee decided 2 weeks of funds, it was $1,000 when everything shut down in March of 2020.
Right. And we didn't give any more. If people would have come asking for more,
Madam Chair?
we would have said no.
But last year, I believe it was at 0.
I had forgotten that. I'll be honest with you. I thought we,
I do too.
yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Larry.
How many operators are operating at less than 50% are completely out of work right now?
A whole bunch of them.
A lot.
And so those are all the people that are going to call in.
And
Yeah, but they're gonna
Chair-
get told no.
I know, but Madam Chair, I had some operators talk about, making us think about that the last time, about the $1,000 in it ends.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the law, the language that Christie read a little bit ago says the committee will determine based on the availability of funds the amount. It does not say the committee will determine whether or not operators get it, and the words is based on the availability of funds. So it's completely appropriate for the bureau to say, yes, the committee voted on that, and if the money becomes available, you'll certainly be eligible, but right now, we don't have it.
Madam Chair.
John.
Say it on my job.
I have two comment questions for the attorney.
Matt actually stepped out.
I was gonna say, well,
Oh.
Ethan or Matt,
Yeah, I mean,
Ethan's already.
you can try to answer it,
You
but.
know, so
We're surrounded by attorneys.
what happens if we do this and someone files a grievance and says, well, you have money in your account, so give them the money.
I mean, they're completely entitled to file a grievance for it. I mean, if money is there, I mean, there's a possibility that they can file a grievance for it. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from doing that.
I know, but what's the chance of them winning that? Is it a question?
I mean, I don't know what the exact chance of that would be, to be honest. To be 100% honest, that's unknown until the grievance comes up. I mean, if that money can be owed to them, I mean, and there's funds available, I think you do run the risk of owing that money.
Unless the Bureau makes some weird determination that it's ministerial and doesn't have effect on it, or throw the grievance in the trash, but that's beside the point, because that's what they like to do. But, never mind.
Madam Chair, do we have any facilities scheduled, like rest areas or anything scheduled to close, Christie, that you guys are aware of? I'm just curious.
I don't know, Sally's just ran to the restroom.
Oh, okay.
You know, ODOT, I think there might be a couple next year, but, you know, you never know what that schedule
I
is.
know sometimes they hit us out of the
And
blue.
if the infrastructure thing goes through, who knows what'll happen.
Oh, man, hey, wait a minute.
In the interest of being open and full disclosure, I currently have one that's closed and more than 50% of my net proceeds, it's more than 50% of my sales. But I don't plan to file for the second, so that's why I'm just taking this discussion.
And sadly enough, if you do, you'll be told no, because there's no trust
So it
available.
would be
Well-
very hypocritical of me to sit here and have this discussion and then try to file.
Yeah,
I'm saying in this public meeting.
I know.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Larry.
what is the level of the funds that needs to be available for stipends to be paid out? That's all I wanted to know. I'm for people getting, help.
Yeah,
There's
there's
no
no good
question.
number for that, because it just depends on what, I mean, we all know there's no money there for it.
Madam Chair, can I also ask a question? I know the federal unemployment has stopped, but, because of COVID, they allowed self-employed people to apply for unemployment. And so I think that that's still an option where people could potentially go out and file for unemployment.
Madam Chair?
It is, Gary, has time to.
Oh, I just wanted to say, searching for a level, and, I mean, we were accustomed to having a cash balance of $750,000.
Ooh.
And we paid it willy-nilly whenever it was necessary, and that's,
Should that be
not there
stated?
should be a set number or anything, but I'm
No, there
saying
probably should
we
be.
have to have a substantial cash balance and substantial revenue in order to justify paying that amount anyway. So, you can't set a hard, fast number, but, it's like it said about the definition of pornography. I can't define it, but I know it when I see it.
Exactly.
Madam Chair,
Hold on, John, first.
I can't even answer the Christie's question. The people who filed for unemployment have already had unemployment in all this time because, nothing's gotten closed. Just in the last couple of months, it wasn't already closed. And so that unemployment is run out or running out in the next couple of months.
Yeah.
I think any reasonable person would say, as long as our operating expenses exceed our revenue collection, we can't afford to take life.
Absolutely.
That's true. motion for $250.
Um,
Um,
Well, should a disclaimer go out with this motion through an email to save themselves from applying for stipends right now?
I don't know, possibly, I don't know what that would look like, that we passed it, and if the money comes available, we'll give it, but if it doesn't, then,
Madam Chair?
yeah. Yes,
I believe the fear is the term money available, because if you look at our cash balance, there's money there. Like that's, I think the struggle, like, you know, what does that mean? And to another person who maybe isn't on the committee, who isn't as familiar with, you know, the situation, if you have money, there's a cash balance. So that's where it gets kind of in the weeds, because I think some people will find funds available a little bit different than, oh, well, we're a low cash balance, so technically there's funds, but we don't want to spend them.
And then that's the point that I made in John's question.
Madam Chair.
That's the concern.
yes,
Maybe I need to amend my motion.
Okay.
Maybe my motion should read, as long as our program is operating in a positive cash balance, we pay out the $250 a week stipend.
That doesn't change it.
It is in a positive balance right
No,
now.
it's not.
no, it's gonna be less than, it's gonna be shorter than it was the year before.
But it's positive, it's not negative.
No, there's a positive account balance, but we're not operating in positive budget.
No, yes,
Don't you think that the intent of pyramid monitoring is in case-by-case basis, pre-pandemic?
Madam Chair, Jim, I do think it's pre-pandemic, but in the pandemic, it's more important than ever if the money becomes available that people have access to it. So I don't even think this is a scenario we're going to get into, but the law, the language that Christie read is very particular, and I don't think this committee, we can either say we give you $5 or we give you $250, but I don't think we can say we're not giving you anything, because the law doesn't say that. The law says we'll determine the amount.
I am curious that we did it last year at zero. I said that went
I don't
over my
remember,
head.
I don't remember how.
I had it up. I
Okay, no, I believe you too, but I just had forgotten that.
Could this,
Madam Chair, you set the stipend at zero this year, is what it was. So to Tom's point, a amount was set.
Yeah, we can do that, that's.
I mean,
can be zero.
Madam Chair, could
Yeah.
the stipend be changed sometime during the year as well?
No.
It can't?
I said, yes, it can, but the Bureau cries about it and won't let us do it, so.
It's the law.
It is not the law, you just read it that way.
Shall determine the,
But it
for
doesn't
the
say we
next
can't
federal
change it.
fiscal year.
Where does it say we can't change it?
Madam Chair, I'm afraid that people are gonna apply for their stipends and be told no, and it's gonna get a little messy. I honestly believe I would, if I seen it. I would apply. And then when I see $300,000, to me, that's a big number. But it's nothing compared to the operational budget. So that's all I'm trying to say, is it just seems like we're starting some shit.
Yes.
All right. And I say, well, there's a new car, and it's only $9,000, I could buy that $10,000 car, and no person would look at that, and next week when I can't afford stock, and say that was a responsible decision.
All right.
I don't think that a person could win a grievance if they filed and said, you guys had $300,000. No, we don't. We've already been told our account right now is at $340. We're going to close this year in the best case scenario that with the budget numbers the Bureau gave us, less than $200. We're in big trouble.
So give me some of that $200.
Hey,
So, all right, we got a motion for $250. We could probably argue about the whole topic, but we need to move on. So, a motion on the table for $250 for the stipend. Unless someone has any new argument or something to make, we're gonna leave the question.
Madam Chair, can Andy reread it? just want to get the language.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
yeah.
Is move to set the fair minimum return amount to $250 a week.
All right.
Hey, Tom, would you be willing to add in there based on the availability of funds, or no? I'm just curious.
Well, that's what the amendment I think I proposed a moment ago would have included language. And I think as long as our program is not operating at a declining cash balance, the site can be offered to eligible operators at the rate of $250 per week.
That's better.
Okay.
That's much better.
That's a new amendment. Frank, were you, or no, who was it?
I don't-
Was it Frank? Who was our second?
Was it Larry?
Larry, are you up? for
I am,
that?
yeah, completely.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I had Tom and Frank on this one as the.
Okay, I thought it was
Oh,
Frank that
maybe it was me, I'm
seconded it.
sorry.
I thought it was.
Yeah, I'm fine. Sorry,
Okay.
Larry.
No worries.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, yes.
so what does it look like though, if people aren't gonna get it also? And let's just say 20 people apply, what does that look like? 10 people apply for a round number, 250 a week. And all we talked about is meeting the budget.
They're gonna be told no as long as our cash balance is on a projection to decrease.
So we would pass this on the idea that people can get it, but they can't.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, if money comes available, like if
That's
we
the
get some
kicker.
federal money or some grant money and we get then people can I don't think we have a time limit on people being able to apply.
Madam Chair, one thing I will add, Director Miller on the call on Wednesday did say he continues to look for federal money for every program and in every area, so, you know, and it goes to what Christie was saying earlier too, so they are looking for additional money to see if they can get help, so, you know, I don't know, maybe they come up with a source somewhere along the way, and if they did, at least with this, I'm not saying they will, but at least with this, there could be some help, you know, if they found someone to do it.
All right, so it's already 11 o'clock, we barely got into the agenda. So we need to rock and roll here, so,
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, one more time, because I want to make sure that we get, Amy just wants to make sure she got this one.
okay,
So move to set the fair minimum return amount to $250 a week if the operating costs exceed, or the revenue exceeds the operating costs brought into the program. Is that correct? Sorry, there was just a lot of
only to be
discussion here.
paid if,
Yeah, I believe that the way I worded it was, my motion is that as long, until, you know, I had it first,
You said as long as.
You had a declining in there.
as long as our program is no longer operating at a declining cash balance,
yeah,
That's what it was.
then it's
$250 per
250.
week be offered to eligible operators based on the, whatever it is.
Yeah, there we go. All right, anyone else? All right, we're gonna go for the vote. Tom, Jim,
No.
Frank,
Yeah.
John,
Yes.
Yes,
Larry.
yes.
Okay, passes. Next on the list.
Benefit payments such as pension fund, health insurance, paid sick leave, and vacation.
All right, we should all get all of the above. Next, no, I'm kidding.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion,
yes.
after this meeting, every OVRC representative 2 weeks vacation.
Oh, God, yes.
Madam Chair, I move that we leave it exactly as it was for the prior year, but again, well, first I'll leave it at that.
I'll send you.
Okay,
Second.
yes. Does everyone know what it was the prior year? But
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
again, where I get confused with this is this isn't the unassigned income, is it?
yes,
This is the unassigned income?
Yes.
Okay.
this is the benefits money, the unassigned income. And what it was last year is we distributed the federal unassigned,
Which we have to by law.
yes, but the state unassigned went back into the office of the program. That's what it was last year, if I remember
Correct.
Correct.
Another question.
Okay, so, you wanted discussion?
I just wanted to say that the same thing I say every year when this topic comes up, eventually we should start looking at this and find out if there's ways we could be using this money to help our operators a little bit more. That's all.
So Madam Chair, let me remind the committee that now $50,000 out of this, money goes to the liability insurance.
Mhm.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
But yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, we all agree to that, so, any more discussion? Any interest? All right, look, Tom,
Yes.
Jim,
Please step out.
And what's the motion, I'm sorry?
Then
To
we
leave
leave
it the
like
same.
was last
Okay.
year.
Frank,
Yeah.
John,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
okay. So, next,
Rates of reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses for OVRC representatives and alternates to attend regular meetings of the OVRC. So this is for the travel reimbursement.
Madam Chair, may I make a
Yes.
motion that we leave this the same as last year?
Well, Madam Chair,
yes,
it's pretty much set by the state of Ohio, Tom. It's the per diem and what, you know, if you get a hotel, they can, if you get reimbursed, they can only reimburse you at the state rate, all of.
actually, one of the Bureau's lawyers actually disputed that, but at one point, but I think that is the rate we're doing it at,
Madam Chair, was there a second?
not yet.
Madam Chair, maybe a better motion, not, like, to follow OVM's travel reimbursement. I don't know.
Oh, can you reread the,
Sure.
for me, please?
Rates of reimbursement for actual and necessary expenses for OVRC representatives and alternates to attend regular meetings of the OVRC.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair?
Yes.
My motion is that the Bureau continue to follow OBM's guidance for what those rates are.
That's it.
Okay, is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay, John second. Any more discussion? All right, Tom?
Yes.
With that?
Yeah.
Frank?
Yes.
And, John?
Yes.
And Larry?
Yes.
All right.
Vote for Jim.
I always vote for Jim. Jim for president.
Okay, are we ready for the next one?
Next, yep.
Rates of compensation for OVRC representatives and OVRC alternates representatives for attendance at regular meetings of the OVRC.
Oh, yeah, this is the year to start that.
Madam Chair?
I know,
John was in.
I make a motion that we get $1,000 per meeting. No.
Yeah, this is the year to do that.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
move that we keep the rates the same as last year.
Which is nothing, okay.
I'll second that as well.
All right,
Madam Chair, may I entertain some discussion?
yes,
This wouldn't be a regular year if I didn't have this discussion. Right now, we're broken, we can't do this, but going forward, guys, we should really consider, give people an incentive to serve in this committee, get some new blood, some new ideas, it's a great thing. We've got some new members, we've had some turnover, it's awesome. But I personally would love if somebody else was taking my spot. And
I'll second that. That's good. Stay in
to
park.
quote somebody else, that I recently heard, it wouldn't be a normal year if I didn't say that people should do this. The incentive should be the love for the program and caring about the program, and we should not get paid for being at the meeting,
you know
so.
what's awesome about this? Now the meetings are recorded, next year we can just play ourselves.
Yeah, we could, yeah, that's cool. So, all right, any more discussion? All right, Tom,
Yeah.
Frank,
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
All right, that's all of them, isn't it?
Unfortunately.
All right, so I think we can move on. University update, we're gonna do a couple more things real quick, and then we're gonna break for lunch. I told Jim we wouldn't do it too late, because he's waiting for us to have lunch before he goes home. Huh?
Oh, I thought you were saying he's waiting for us, like, to sell the food.
Yeah, he wants to be able to be around to help people with vending and stuff if the counter's not open.
Can you make me coffee?
Yeah, I will.
There's a vending machine there,
No,
so.
I want coffee.
Can you get some reverse donuts?
We all had some.
I don't know if we could get like Uber Eats. I don't know if they
Enough
would
compensation, we should have worked Jim into that somehow.
So, let's see here. Let's do the university real quick, and then we'll break, and then we'll do all the really cool stuff this afternoon.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So I have reached out to Tri-C. That was something that they had started, and then their beverage contract is up next June, the June of 2022. So I'm going to set up a meeting with our trainer contact there and just establish a relationship with him because I've not spoken with him to date. But that's on the books for in the next 2 weeks here. We'll come up with a date. And then, so we'll begin that conversation. And my hope is we could potentially have maybe an MOU that we could do it the following summer. I'm not sure what that looks like, but, you know, it's definitely something I'm open to suggestions from you guys. And Tom, I can't remember if I had sent you and Christopher the draft of that one that Vicky had done.
I don't believe it.
Okay, well, I will send that to you if you wouldn't mind reviewing
I
it.
could be wrong, you might, but if you could send it again. I'd appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, so it was kind of a draft that went back and forth, between us and Tri-C at one point, but then it's been on hold, I guess, for at least the past year. So we'd like to reestablish that and get that up and moving again, so I will send that over to you guys. So we'll continue to move on that one. Also, I believe Matthew is reaching out about, a discussion with University of Cincinnati, possibly here in the next couple of weeks, to talk about beverages there as well. My biggest concerns right now with universities is what we are going to do with OU Athens and then the OSU Mansfield. I don't have anyone that I know of that's dying to tempt those, or, you know, what do we do, I guess?
Yeah, we, especially, OSU Mansfield, I'm almost wondering if we should send them away for some point, because nobody seems to want it, but.
Madam Chair, the problem with the OSU is that it's all in one agreement. And I don't know, again, it affects main campus. I don't know what to do with that. I've already, reached out, I've reached out to Matthew, I'm like, can we third party this with Universal? I don't think we can, the way that the contract's written, we would have to go to them and ask for an addendum to see if Universal will do it. And again, I get the fact that it's not making any money right now, but when things open up, there's potential for it to make like $3,000 a month. So we're really at a loss on what to do.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I shouldn't be saying a lot of things today that I disagree with myself on, but I guess I'll say this one too. In a case like this where we really need somebody to run the thing, have we considered telling them, we'll give you some inventory and you don't have to pay it back if you end up losing your butt out there? I understand we're broke, and we discussed how broke we are for the last several hours. But on the other side of it, we need businesses running. Have we considered doing that? Because I think when I talk to people who are running universities, their biggest fear is if that inventory goes out of date before they can sell it, they're gonna be wrong. And
So
I'm sorry,
Madam,
Madam Chair, go ahead.
yeah, Madam Chair. So again, we can have this conversation. It's about fairness. I've got, we talked about 18 facilities, and I get Derek's point, and I agree with him. That doesn't mean 18 facilities on its own. But totally, we've got 28 right now BTOAs. So if we're willing to do that with one, or with universities, are we willing to do it with all? And, we've got people down at UC that are making money that we didn't do that for. So you've got that problem as well.
Can I clarify my I think to get a new operator, we said there's no interest, so to incentivize someone to take on this risky venture, we offer it to them.
Oh, Madam Chair,
Yes, Larry?
I said I'm done, or I'm considering bailing out because it's a babysitting facility. It's not a money-generating facility right now. Somebody's gonna be donating their time and effort to keep it going.
Right.
There's no profitability currently. I mean, it's a lot of time and effort with, you know what it's like to have a machine you gotta chase after the dates. And I'd rather, chase after empties than chase after expired product. And I'm chasing after expired product at this point.
One suggestion, I don't know if it would work, people's a lot more likely to do something if it's theirs for the keeping. We've had a lot of people hold on to things over the last year that didn't make them a dime because it's theirs and they're, it's part of their job. I'm wondering if it would be beneficial to go ahead and put that out as a side attachment, and maybe someone would be willing to take it on, knowing it's theirs, to take it on for a temp, and you're gonna run it for 6 months and not make anything, no one's gonna do that. But maybe if they know it's theirs, they're a little more likely to do something with it. I don't know. Yes, Tom?
I support your idea. I think, what do we lose by putting it out as a time?
As
Putting it
side
out for
attachment.
bid as a side attachment. If we get somebody who takes it, problem solved.
Yeah, and if they don't, then we're no worse off than we are today.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
are you guys suggesting that for both OU and OSU?
No, OU is a facility. We
Okay.
gotta do something else with that. We're not
I
doing that
remember
away with.
both.
No, that's OSU
Okay,
Mansfield.
okay, we can do that.
But OU, now I don't know what to do about that. That's a job for somebody, and someday it's gonna be a good job for somebody, but if people have bid on it, I don't know what to do about that.
Madam Chair, I just know Josh Friends is not looking to
Either
tempt
one,
that too much longer.
too much longer. We're lucky he stayed this long.
Yes.
Unless somebody has an idea, then Sally, you, me, and Frank, since we don't have anyone there, we'll have to sit down and figure out what to do with it.
It'll be this year all over the state.
Yeah, Jim, you want to, oh, you.
I like that, more in the
He
state,
left so he can write
in
it.
general, but, I really have to go look at it.
Oh, go look at it. You never know, we may go. We might call you up. But, you can expand from, now you're what, Lancaster to Detroit, you could be from Athens. Okay. All right, anything else on universities?
I think those are the big ones.
Okay.
Do you guys have any?
Yes, John?
So with Tri-C, do we already have the snacks?
So
We have,
we do at one of the campuses. What we're looking to do is expand to, I think we're at Tri-C Eastern, and we're looking to go to, you know what they call them?
Central,
What is it?
Western and Central campuses, and there's also some other, there's another outlet, there's 3 other campuses that do it. And John, the Eastern campus currently has drinks and snacks.
So do they have corn nuts?
Yes.
So with the other campuses, if we take it next year, we can easily get Coke or Pepsi, whoever, but they use to use their machines, so we don't necessarily get beverage machines there. All we
Madam
do-
Chair.
Pardon?
How would you like to speak to your experience with that?
It's working fine.
It's not working fine.
there's more problems with that than there really should be, but.
I would say be careful what you wish for. I've got over 60 branded pieces of equipment, and this week alone, I've had, I think, 14 service calls.
Yeah.
They left me 10-year-old junk out there that's been unmaintained. Most of it doesn't have working lights. A lot of the time, axes don't function properly. Some of them don't cool. It's junk. So I would caution us to.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
had to provide equipment. And when we took over, Pepsi was mad, and they took out all their good glass front machines and put junk in there, so.
But on the other side of it, they are fixing it, it's just driving me nuts getting it done. But it's getting
Yeah. Yeah, that's annoying, because our program spends a lot of money with Pepsi. And
Yeah,
it's not right they treat us that way, but
Madam Chair,
go on.
I agree with that, and that's why sometimes when we're working on this with the universities, whoever they're, whether it's Coke or Pepsi or 7-Up, whoever, they should be a part of that, negotiation or a part of that discussion, so that they know we're not gonna go in and burn them, that we're there and we're gonna provide service, and that we're still gonna buy stuff from them. So there's almost, we need to be talking to the grantor and to whomever the beverage provider happens to be, so that what happened at Kent State doesn't happen again, hopefully.
Exactly.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I say be careful what we wish for, just the new operator going in has to be aware of it, but they're not insurmountable problems. It's taking them, the machines are dirty and disgusting and disrepair, and I'm cleaning them, Pepsi's fixing them, and maybe 2026 we'll be good to go.
All right, something to look forward
No,
to.
it's getting much better, I'm already up to it.
Okay, anything else on university?
Madam Chair, is
Yes.
there, Sally, you said they're working on getting a meeting together, or is there a meeting date scheduled for the University of Cincinnati, or do you know?
Not as of yet, I believe,
And is this the follow-up one from the one, was it in June or May or something?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I think it's in the next, we asked for it in the last couple of weeks of September, beginning of October. I think with you, Frank, to be honest with you, because I don't think that they're gonna hand us over the top, but we're gonna have another conversation, and maybe don't take there soon. But I think eventually we're gonna have to
I
make
know
a
what we're gonna
decision to go forward.
I know what we're gonna have.
Because, all these meetings, but I'm just saying that that's gonna be on the horizon.
Yeah, I expect it.
I expect it to, and we'll play nice a little longer, but yeah, at some point, we're just gonna have to say, we're doing it. All right, anything else? What about that thing that you see, the card readers, has that been, I know we talked about that the
I
last
haven't found a solution yet.
few meetings, if we,
Yeah, to my knowledge, they still have an issue with follow-up.
okay.
so Madam Chair,
I have another issue. But yeah,
so I had Bill, hold on, give me 1 second. Tell you right here. Sorry. Anyway, without finding the email, Saul, who's our realtor there, has found some sort of workarounds. They're not having as many issues. So Bill is going to go to campus, meet with Saul, and go to a couple of their machines to see exactly what they did and what they've been able to do.
okay,
So hopefully that will lead to some improvement for us.
good.
Well, going back to budget, Sally, I just wonder how expensive it's going to be on our side.
Agreed.
Yep. Well,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what did we decide on OU? I know we were kind of sarcastic.
we're gonna, Sally and me and Frank's gonna get together and talk about that and try and come up with something.
Madam
Frank
Chair?
and I are the pseudo
Madam Chair,
reps for the area right now. Yes,
would it hurt to put it out again?
I don't think it hurts.
I don't have to.
Or Madam Chair, is it something where, like at this point, we can put out an all APB for someone to temp it?
I think that's good too.
How far from Columbus is it?
It's, how far from Columbus?
About an hour and 10.
I said, at this point, we gotta do what we gotta do.
Yeah, anything to get somebody in there.
I don't know if anyone
I
has
mean, you
a
could try the
relationship.
APB to get a temp, I guess, that's, you good with that? To try and get a temp for a while and then
Yeah.
What's the building from machine ratio?
building to machine ratio.
I couldn't tell you off
It
the top of my
stinks,
head.
I know it's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
It's currently posted right now for the 23rd, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
No,
closed
it closed yesterday
with no.
Okay.
with no bidders, so.
This is, OU?
OU Athens, main
Oh, yeah,
campus.
that's one of the hardest facilities in the state.
It is, there's a lot of steps and drag, it's a very physical job. If I didn't have a 70-year-old driver who's actually out right now with a boot on his foot, but I would have considered, I'd still jump it, but I can't do it with my driver, I can't put that with them.
I don't know.
But it's
All
not
right.
done,
Oh. All right, why don't we break for lunch until 12:15? Ben Williamson wanted to let us, and no, he missed the roll call, but he was here through the whole thing, so if you could add him to the list for, people who were present. He didn't want to just jump in, he said. So, we're gonna jump around on the agenda, we're gonna do the criminal activity first. Christie asked, so we can do that. So, who wants to start that? Who wants to talk about criminal stuff?
So, Madam Chair, I can start.
Okay,
So there was a House Bill 263 that was passed in January. And we need to incorporate this bill into our rules. Any state agency or board that has any authority of giving out licenses have to, by law, put this into their rules. So, and it's the limitations on initial licensing. So when people come into the program. And so what we had talked about, possibly internally what we talked about, and I think I talked to Annette about it, is there's a laundry list of actual offenses that were very specific. And possibly doing an Appendix A to Rule 2, which is eligibility of operators or licensees.
well, my thought was, why don't we just put it in the definition for criminal activity, like we already have?
To say we do have to review and revise the criminal activity definition in Rule 1, but what are you saying, to just reference Appendix A, Rule 2?
Well, it'd be Appendix B, but I don't know, it just seems silly that we would need a whole appendix listing all of this stuff. I mean, if that's what the law actually says, then,
Shouldn't we use the phrase like pursuant to the Ohio Revised Code, section blah, blah, blah?
yeah, don't we get to pick and choose which laws we want to, because that was kind of a weird list that you guys sent over. I mean, it had like murder due to sex, but not regular murder. So,
Madam Chair, again, let me remind everyone, I'm the messenger.
I
did not
know.
write this at all.
Murder somebody with sex?
well,
Yeah, you don't get out of it.
And the list it talks about patient abuse. I mean, it is all over. So I don't know, Matthew, if you want to talk to them about like what we were talking about, because the other piece of this also is that our rules state, and the new rule states too, that, people have to retain the eligibility requirements.
well, this law didn't say that. This law definitely said, the thing you sent over said for, this was for obtaining a license.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So, but in our rule, we say, the criminal activity, and then you have to tie it back to the definition, the moral turpitude, which is my understanding that the moral turpitude should go away. And then, so that's the other piece here too. I don't want someone that, and I've asked this too, like, what if we find out that someone did something 20 years ago? They shouldn't lose their license for that. So I don't know. I'm going to really turn this over to the lawyers because this is not my wheelhouse.
Madam Chair, if I may. So the specific statute that's of concern is Revised Code Section 9.79. In Section B, it states, notwithstanding any provision of the Revised Code to the contrary, for each type of license issued or conferred by a licensing authority, so a licensing authority would be OOD, the licensing authority shall establish within 180 days after the effective date of this section a list of specific criminal offenses for which a conviction, judicial finding of guilt, or plea of guilty may disqualify an individual from obtaining an initial license. So that's why there has to be a specific list, because it needs to place an individual, if they're going to be applying for a license, on notice.
All right, where does this list come from that got sent?
So the actual list itself was a number of offenses that we drafted up that would include generally criminal acts of violence. Now there are specific requirements that if you want to have additional offenses, that the offenses be somehow related to the license itself.
Right.
So that's where the actual list of offenses came about. Was there's actually a criminal acts of violence has a specific statutory definition, and that statutory list is how we pulled some of those offenses.
Yeah, and wasn't there a thing in there, I think what Christy was saying, some of these things, if I remember when I read the statute that she sent, fell off after a while. There was some kind of time limit on some things, not all of them.
Yeah, so the actual, there are time limits for, now if we're talking about the list of disqualifying offenses, if they're, for the disqualifying offenses, if it's regarding, if those offenses that are actually listed and promulgated as being disqualifying offenses, if the offense or conviction does not deal with a breach of fiduciary duty and is not an offense of violence, then it falls off after 5 years.
Right.
And if it is regarding a breach of fiduciary duty but is not an offense of violence, it falls off after 10 years. If it's an offense of violence, it can be taken into effect, into account anytime.
Okay.
So if it is an offense of violence, then it can be taken into account by the licensing authority at any time.
Well, can't we just go from our definition that we currently have? It lists some things there, not the specific, the specific crimes like this list did, which I recognize we need the specifics, but to kind of create our list, because the list, I told you, the list y'all sent over was kind of, I found it kind of a strange list.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Don't we run the risk, if we're gonna attempt to list specifics, in the future, we discover that there was an omission in that list, by an omission, we're now making it not a disqualifier, because if we list the
Right.
specifics elsewhere, we shouldn't list.
Right. Absolutely. So, I mean, I recognize the law wants us to put a list somewhere. And our current definition says, felony, and, I mean, they're kind of generalized terms. So, I don't know if we should go with those, or, I mean, there wasn't too much on this list. There was some kind of, if I remember correctly, it's been a little while since I read the list, but there was some kind of catch-all thing that if I remember correctly, I didn't like on there. If I remember, some one of those things or some other law that maybe I'm mixed it up with something else. That I didn't think should be on there, but, I mean, most of the things that were on the list, were bad things. And some of them I didn't even know what they were. So I just sure they're really bad things. So what's everyone think?
Now, the criminal activity definition already does include the felonies. So it really is a question of convictions that are of a misdemeanor in nature. I mean, Appendix A does include a lot of different offenses, and it does have, does include a breach of fiduciary duties that are not an offense of violence or sexually oriented offense. And other criminal offenses, which include the following: theft offenses and drug abuse offenses that are not minor misdemeanors. So it's not, so really it comes down to, besides a felony and besides these other offenses that are listed within Appendix A, like for example, domestic violence, that's not necessarily a felony. It could be a misdemeanor in the first degree. Are there any other offenses that can come to the mind of this body that you would want to include?
Yes.
A clarification, so does something similar to that list, or that list need to exist as an appendix then? Or is it, or are you telling us it's appropriate to say any felony plus any additional misdemeanors we want to enumerate?
Well, according to the statute, what I would say is that you have to actually list out disqualifying offenses.
Yeah, okay,
So
you have to list whatever felonies you want to disqualify, so you have to list them specifically.
I don't believe it would be that detailed. I think if you put out that if it's a felony, I think that would encompass enough, and that somebody would be put on notice that if they were convicted of a felony.
Okay,
I
that's
think-
good, that shortens our appendix then, right? So we can say all felonies plus misdemeanors associated with theft or any kind of absconding with whether funds or whatever.
See, in Madam Chair, my understanding, and again, from Lansky, was that we did have to have a list. So I don't understand House Bill 263.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair?
Yes.
It would seem very strange that it would be a requirement to make an exhaustive list of all criminal activity on an appendix of rules that are supposed to be simplified.
Yeah, I know, well, that's laws for you, but,
But I mean, and it would seem weird that it would not be, I mean, I think that probably is right, that it should be sufficient, that it should be okay to encompass all criminal activities by saying any felony.
do we really want misdemeanors?
Well, there's some misdemeanors, right, you
Yeah,
would want, I mean,
there are some.
you would want those types of, theft or, fiduciary responsibility crimes that are misdemeanors,
Yeah.
you would want to be on there.
Madam Chair?
Well, John first.
So Madam Chair, I feel that if that's all we put in there, then we could just incorporate into our definition, one.
Now, again, turning back to the statute, 9.79, it states that the licensing authority, in adopting the list, shall do both of the following: identify each disqualifying offense by name, or by the revised code section number that creates the offense, and include in the list only criminal offenses that are directly related to the duties and responsibilities of the licensed occupation.
Oh.
That makes it more.
Madam Chair, have you had the opportunity to read this?
I'm looking at 9.79.
And do you have any suggestions on how to do this in a fast
only the
manner?
manner
Madam Chair,
Yes.
to what Deputy Director Dormer was telling us on a call that we had, not recently, with him and Director Miller, where he said that we actually get to, within the statute, we get to pick what those are.
Yeah. That's it, that's it, you get to pick them, so.
I
believe my understanding and kind of the advice of my office on having some internet issues is we do have to adhere to the list. And I mean, with what Matt just read, I mean, that makes it pretty clear that it specifies list in 9.79. So I think they probably do have to be enumerated here just to make it clear. And I mean, the point of this bill is to try to make it as clear as humanly possible to licensees. Because I think one of the main issues was the language of moral turpitude.
Yeah.
Left a lot of issues in when people would apply for licenses and be denied. So this gives them the opportunity to know what they could get denied for, essentially.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
The one of the legal people, is there a section under the revised code that clearly states what offenses are felonies that we could just cite here and come with that whole list?
No, because the way the revised code works, I mean, they have them all listed as different enumerated offenses. So I believe the criminal code is chapter 29, so that's all, it goes through and lists the different offenses in different subsections.
We couldn't just say any felony listed under 29?
yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Trying to come up with a list is hard because, you guys put together a list and it wasn't a bad list, but like I said, I didn't notice, I kind of made a joke about it, but, and maybe I just overlooked it, but it didn't list murder, but it said murder to do with sex.
I think it does say murder.
Oh, did it say murder on our list? Okay, well, maybe I missed
Where's
it
the
then.
bottom on there we run the risk
Of missing.
having to let someone into our program because we didn't specifically exclude them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, or some kind of,
And Tom, that's why I asked earlier, how often are there applications, and how often has this even come up? Because, I mean, for the committee here, that's not a big issue, but for like my other clients, like real estate is one of my clients, they have applications that they deny all the time for people that have some sort of fiduciary conviction or some sort of violent conviction that they have to address. I mean, the likelihood of this coming up to this committee, and I know it's not there's always the possibility of it coming up. And you can always amend the rules if this does come up later where there's an offense that maybe it was missed.
Madam Chair, can I ask you another question?
yeah.
Oh, no.
This rule seems to be, this rule seems to be very specific in its wording, and it specifically says the granting of an initial license. Well, the way our program is, we have told BFDI that we only want applicants who meet these standards. So at that point, they're not applying for a license, they're just applying to enter training. So wouldn't most of these things have been weeded out by the actual rehab counselor accepting people into the training program? Because that's not the actual giving of the license.
Madam Chair? So, I believe, and I hear you, Tom, I think we're splitting a little bit of hairs. Like, we wouldn't put someone through that, to get to, through the training that they don't, meet those initial qualifications. Now, part of the qualifications of eligibility is to pass a background check. It's that vague. And it's my understanding that, again, it depends on who's doing the background check on what that shows up. And I can't even tell you what the counselor's background check is. It's not the FBI. I'm asking Cynthia, who's IME, like, have we ever denied anyone or that failed a background check to get into the program? She said one felony credit card fraud and one for domestic violence that she's aware of that was a felony.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
To Christie, I think that we denied those people entrance into our training program, but we didn't let them complete a licensure exam and then deny them based on that felony. So I think when you're dealing with legal terms, it is important to recognize that the language specifically says the granting of an initial license. Well, if we adopt the list of the Bureau sends us, and then we tell the rehab counselors, listen, these things the way you've always done them, we don't want people who've been convicted of felonies, we don't want people who've been convicted of these types of crimes. That's different than issuing a license. So the catch-all list that the Bureau put together the other day is good enough because they'll be stopped before it ever gets to that point anyway. People agree, or is that?
No, I think it's a good enough start. I do, I'm with what Ethan was saying, this doesn't happen very often, and we can always change it if we see there's a problem. So, we don't wanna go through each one of these crimes and,
So, Madam Chair, again, and I was with you on, should this be Appendix B, but Appendix A currently is expense code,
yeah.
which is attached to Rule 1. This would be attached to Rule 2 eligibility, and would be Appendix A, Rule 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it took me a minute to figure that out. But then we need to go back and we need to fix, I think, the definition of criminal activity. And I think we need to link this,
To the appendix,
right,
yeah. Just say activity, like the thing said, conviction of, finding of guilt of, or whatever, anything listed in a Rule 2 Appendix A. It's probably as simple as that.
okay, right now, criminal activity, the definition states, means a conviction of plea of guilty or no contest to a judicial finding in any jurisdiction of a felony or a crime involving fraud or deceit in procuring or attempting to procure a license. That's what the new proposed criminal activity. Did we take out that moral turpitude? I guess we
We
did.
did, we argued about that, but I
Yeah.
think we took out the more, because none of us liked it anyway, so.
So I like this definition. Maybe we need another sentence.
Just as defined in, we gotta point it to that
Right.
appendix.
As defined in 3304-12102 Appendix A.
Yeah,
That's good.
Now, I need to make sure, Matthew, are you okay with this? Or Ethan, are we leaving something out? I agree that if we find out, we can always open it back up.
Now, I know this is gonna, kind of open up a can of worms, but, I wasn't doing my job as an attorney unless I did so. 9.79 does specifically state that in specifically 9.79 C2, that if the individual is convicted of, found guilty pursuant to a judicial finding of, or pleaded guilty to a disqualifying offense, including in the list adopted, the licensing authority may take the conviction, judicial finding of guilt, or plea of guilty into consideration in accordance with Division D of this section. And Division D goes into a list of factors that a licensing authority may take into account when looking at the criminal offense itself. Now, why that is important is because in section C1, it states that a licensing authority shall not refuse to issue an initial license to an individual based on any of the following: solely or in part on a conviction of, judicial finding of guilt, or plea of guilty to an offense. So I don't believe that a license can be summarily denied because somebody was convicted of one of the disqualifying offenses.
well, that makes zero sense. If it's a disqualifying offense, I mean, by definition, it disqualifies, right? I mean, so, all right. Now I know why y'all get paid so much money.
So, Madam Chair, again, I was trying to wrap my head around this as well, and I'm like, this makes no sense, and what's the point of the law? What
Yeah,
it pretty much says is that it uses the word may, not shall,
right, I could,
so it needs to be taken into consideration.
all right, well,
So, Matthew, can you help us with a definition on how to incorporate that into a definition, or we need to strengthen the language before that list starts on
think that can be done is that we would have the list of disqualifying offenses. And you can include the list within the definition of criminal activity. Okay?
Okay,
And then you can say that the licensing authority may take a conviction of an offense listed under, that is deemed a criminal activity according to the factors listed in 9.79B.
and that would then be in Rule 2, under the eligibility requirements, the part that talks about the background check and no criminal activity in Rule 2. Somewhere Rule 2 has to fit into this, when we're determining if someone's eligible. That statement would have to be there. You know, where all the list is of all the, where it talks about conducting the background check and all that. So we would say something like, pass a background check looking for criminal activity as defined in whatever to be taken into consideration, or boy, RSA sounds low. All these other things, all right. We good, or, I mean, everyone's quiet now?
Perfectly defined.
Yeah, I think so. It makes no sense, it says it's the disqualify, but here's a list of things that disqualify you, but it can't.
Well, to kind of inform the committee, I mean, the purpose, my understanding of the purpose of this bill was to provide people who have past criminal convictions an opportunity here. That's kind of what the point of the legislature in creating this bill was to, even if you did something wrong in the past, you have the opportunity to rehabilitate yourself and have the opportunity to achieve home licenses.
Right.
So I think that's why it's a little confusing in the way that it's written, just to kind of give some additional background information to the committee.
And I'm not sure that we shouldn't put something somewhere in the rule that basically says, okay, if you have this stuff, we may still consider you for a license, but Christie's point was, well, that was a good point, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you would qualify for every one of our facilities. Because we have facilities with pretty stringent background checks. And if we end up issuing licenses to people with some of this stuff on their background, they're not gonna be eligible to bid on. Well, they're not, if they'd be eligible to bid, then they wouldn't be eligible to operate though, some of these facilities.
And Madam Chair, not to get too far into the weeds, but
Yeah.
there's a live example of this up in Michigan right now, where they put it out to the network, where they have an operator, they've done a background check, they passed the background check, they went to apply for a job on a federal prison. The federal prison did a background check in another system, and they did not pass. No one will tell the operator why he didn't pass, they won't tell the SLA he didn't pass. So now the operator wants to grieve the SLA, and they're like, what do we do? So there's, it's complex, and there is some law, I mean, I even looked it up, where this system for the federal prisons, it's not open to public records at all. So you can be denied clearance, and no one has to tell you why, which is crazy too.
Well, I would almost wonder if that's some maneuver on their part
Maybe.
to keep the SLA from, you know, I would be suspicious about that, but, you know, to keep the Randolph Shepherd folks out of the whole thing is what I would guess that is, but that's the same, but that's the same thing, but,
Now, I will clarify that one of the factors that can be included when you're looking at the criminal offense is the relationship of the offense to the ability, capacity, and fitness required to perform the duties and discharge the responsibilities of the occupation. So if somebody has some type of criminal offense that would not allow them to enter the premises of these different sites, I think that would be taken into consideration as one of the factors, because they could not then execute
Okay.
the activities of the occupation.
yeah, that makes sense. All right, so we changed the definition and we gotta put some reference to that in Rule 2 under eligibility, that it would be taken into consideration. So I guess we gotta wait and see some language on that then.
I mean, could you expand A13 under section 2, or chapter 2? So it just says, to be eligible to enter the training, to become a licensee, a person must meet the following criteria. 13 is has no record of criminal activity.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, that we need to clarify that and tie that to
Rule 2.
Yeah.
yes, that's what I'm saying, and Rule 2's gotta refer to this somehow. I mean, we're gonna define criminal activity, but if that's only a consideration and not an automatic disqualifier, that needs to be mentioned in Rule 2, because Rule 2 currently says has no criminal activity. But if we're supposed to only consider it and not automatically disqualify, then we need to reword that some.
Okay, so what wording do we think that would satisfy that?
I guess it would depend on the actual definition.
So submits to a criminal background check showing no record of criminal activity, showing no record of offenses listed in Appendix A, or submits to a criminal background with consideration of Appendix A.
That's what it has to be, that consideration has to be in there from what I understand somewhere.
With consideration.
Because it's not an automatic disqualifier, so the way it's worded now, it's an automatic disqualifier.
Consideration of criminal activity as presented in Appendix A of,
Yeah, of this rule or something.
do you think that would help us?
I think that would clarify with chapter 2 there,
Yep.
to allow you to get appendix, if that's how you want to do it, to get appendix A under chapter 2.
Yep. Okay. Is
So-
everyone good with?
Yeah, I think for this body, I think it's important, one, first, to make sure that they're willing to have disqualifying offenses. And then, two, we need to see what disqualifying offenses those are. And then, three, that those disqualifying offenses would be taken into consideration according to applicable statute.
Well, I think we've already, the committee's already, and someone speaks up if I'm wrong, the fact that we've already had the definition with the felonies and all that, shown that we're all right with there being criminal, being offenses that would disqualify somebody, because that's always been part of the you know, part of the eligibility requirements anyway. I don't know if that list you put there is a exhaustive list or not, but it's probably a good start, like Tom said. So, unless somebody else has something more to add, I guess we're good.
Painful.
Yeah.
Painful.
Yeah, we do want to see the language of it, that, you know, we will want to see, yeah, once you get actual language.
So Madam Chair, we'll send something out next week.
Okay.
The problem with this was, and I think it was discussed, this was supposed to be done 180 days when this bill went into effect, which was January.
It doesn't go into effect until September 30th.
Really?
Yeah,
That's the best news ever.
yeah.
Oh.
It's effective, I think, September 30th or October 1.
Oh, so we
Because
have
I
to go
was
more.
told we were already gonna be on some list.
I don't believe so.
Oh.
Oh, what if you all, I don't want to be on the list.
Matt, is that your understanding?
Yeah, the licensing authority shall establish within 180 days after the effective date of this section a list, and it's not, the effective date is September 30th, 2021.
Oh, so we got 6 months, all right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's good.
Okay, yeah, do you send us the language of that? We're ahead of the curve on this one, so that's good. All right, so that takes us to, let's do the janitorial utilities. Christie?
Madam Chair, yeah, I'll do it. So, there was a grievance and a 119 hearing regarding janitorial. The hearing officer found in favor of the grievant. We have 30 days to respond to that on whether we are adopting the recommendation of the hearing officer. We have a call out to ODOT right now. We want to have a conversation with them. So, and then again, you know, whatever's decided, that has other further implications. If it is adopted to recommend or to accept the recommendation of the hearing officer, we've got places where we're still paying service charge, or paying, not service charge, paying commission and Utilities Act. So then we're gonna have to go to the next and cease those payments.
Oh. Law says it should have been done a long time ago, so. So much for being proactive.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Yeah.
what was the conversation with ODOT?
the conversation with ODOT is to explain what, you know, we told you guys that we, whatever the hearing officer, that we would share that with them. I will tell you, this is, again, on the network. It got out on the network, not by us. And other states are very curious about this. Other states are doing it the same way we're doing it. You know, I think that this also will have effects of, you know, paying any granted fees in the future, even for non-priority locations, expansion of franchise fees. But I think that, you know, everyone's made it clear what they feel and what they want, and that's where we're at.
One thing you're missing with this, paying the fees isn't illegal. You putting it in the VGA is. So an operator, if a grantor, especially on private property, wants to work it out with the operator, that the operator pays for something, that's fine. That's up between them and the operator. You know, that can happen. But you can't put it in a VGA and force it. is on private property. We just can't put it in the contract and force it on the operator. The operator can work it out with the grantor.
So Madam Chair,
Yes.
I guess I'm gonna be receiving a lot of questions from people, and I, for the purpose of being open and honest, I'm one of the people who's affected by the determination of this. However, I'm gonna get people calling me asking me, so what was decided at the meeting today, and what was the Bureau's opinion? So just to be sure that I have it clear, I should respond to people that the Bureau is in talks with ODOT right now, and depending on the outcome of those talks, we will find out if the Bureau adopts the recommendation or not. Is that correct?
No.
What should,
So, we are gonna have a conversation with ODOT, it's not up to ODOT. What it is that by rule, we have 30 days to evaluate our options, and the VSBI director will respond either by accepting or rejecting the hearing officer's, report, so it's in great hands.
Madam Chair?
yeah,
So it would be fair of me to say that the Bureau's still working it out, as of today, we don't have anything.
Correct.
all right. Well, that was clear as the last topic, so. I'll go on record to say that I, I've been very disappointed in how the Bureau's handled this so far, and if they end up rejecting that, then that would be criminal. The Bureau should be doing what's best for our program and for our operators, not what's best for renters' pockets. We had a big discussion earlier about our program budget, and we should be looking at ways to get money into our budget, and that if it means that we can increase service charge by not paying illegal fees, and that's what we should be doing, and not putting that off and making people fight for years to accomplish that. But that was my commentary, and I'll leave it alone. Let's move on. So then we have RSA comments. We submitted the rules, RSA commented on them, and I got them here. We can kind of fly through some of them. Most of them are pretty benign, but there are some pretty major ones too. So we can kind of go through them and see what people think and go from there. Definitions, the RSA wants, under the Bureau's name, to be considered the SLA. The Bureau said yes. New definitions, the designated state licensing agency housed within. So unless somebody has a problem, I didn't see anything wrong with that. Government property. It would be helpful to include the actual definition similar to what is present in, okay. Oh, this is one of the snotty, it's kind of snotty, some of these responses are, I think. It says the Ohio legislature discourages repeating state statutes into a rule. They require incorporation by reference. So, after we just had a long discussion about one that might need to be put in the rule.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I agree with you on this, I'll be honest, and I've had arguments with this internally. But it's my understanding that that's a J-card thing, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, we have the definition for blind, which is part of the statute, so I don't,
Madam Chair, I invite you.
okay. All right. Grants or required payment means any fees, assessments, or other financial obligations required by a Bureau grant or agreement. RSA, can you provide examples of the types of fees that may fall under this definition? We should get rid of that definition because we shouldn't be paying it anymore. And OOD's responses, our examples can include janitorial fees and utility fees, or if grantors charge for storage, which I don't know if that ever happens, but. Any thoughts, comments?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I agree, you should get rid of the definition.
the definition shouldn't even be there. We should have no, there's no such thing as a grant or required payment. So that should be gone. And we'll write up, something to that effect when we submit ours into RSA, our comments. Goes into the local selection panel. There's a BE area manager, designee, blah, 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 blah. RSA comments, is this a state employee? The term is not defined unless this is the BE program manager, in which case the term BE program manager should be used. And then they want to know what the conflict of interest is. And the BE area manager is a state employee and defined, so. And conflict of interest would be if there is a site or facility in the area the local operator normally serving on the camera has applied for that job. There's nothing bad about that process if anyone looking into some of that other thing. Service charge. Now this goes all throughout the whole rule. The definition for service charge, RSA comments, is this the same as set aside? OOD response, yes it is. We will change the term from service charge to set aside funds. And that's all throughout the rule. So that's kind of a sort of major change, but it's by how it, who knows why we call it service charge? It's just always been that way. So if somebody has a concern,
I'm glad it's.
I am too. It does, it makes it how it should be. Like I said, service charge, I don't know why that Ohio started calling it that in the first place. All right, RSA's grumpy about the 21 years of age thing. Says, why is Ohio seeking to require the age of 21 to participate? RSA believes the requirement should be lowered to 18. OOD response, Ohio's had the age of 21 as a requirement the past 3 rules, packages, and they kind of find them there. And then it says, understand that at one time the age requirement was 18, the SLA, and OVRC believes that an 18-year-old does not have the maturity to run an independent business. There was discussion during this rules package. The committee wanted the age to remain at 21.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would suggest that we go a little bit more into detail there. If we don't intend to change it, and we'd like RSA to be on board with it, we should tell them that we had some specific examples of people who didn't demonstrate the proper maturity, not just to say that we believe that people aren't mature enough.
Yeah, that's probably, you're probably right.
We should probably say we had some examples that demonstrated the maturity level wasn't where it should have been for that person to be operating.
And I'll be honest with you, I bet RSA denies this anyway. They're gonna tell us we have to change it to 18, I bet, so.
And there they can hold other states the same.
Yep.
And my problem with this is, we have no concessions in our rules, you know, putting an 18-year-old in an open food, oh my God.
I know. And we've had, I mean, this is, I know RSA's not gonna like, they're gonna turn it down and tell us we have to put it to
It doesn't
20.
mean we
But
have to do it though.
Madam Chair,
yes,
well, I want the same question you can ask Julie. How many 18-year-olds have you ever had apply?
back in the day, we had,
In the last 20 years, how many?
well, the last 20 years it's been at 21, so.
Well, how many
there-
21-year-olds have you had?
That's true.
I can't think of anybody under 30.
My understanding is this rule, our rule had even a name attached to it.
We had a few names attached to it.
Well, I remember, this was on the opposite side of this, I believe, Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but your daughter was interested in entering the program, but wasn't old enough at the time. And so I guess there's 2 sides to this, that there are people that we could be missing out on, who would be good fit for our program. But then there's other people who wouldn't, so I guess we just need to make sure that the counselors are referring us to candidates regardless of their age.
Oh, so should we just give in and tell our, because they're gonna deny it anyway. So do we want to go to the mat with them or just tell them, okay?
So, Madam Chair, I don't know, it depends on the day, on what RSA is gonna do. I don't know if they're going to, they might be satisfied with that, but it's up to you guys. I mean, again, we have no provisions here in our rules that state, like, some states say you have to be 21 to go into open food, or, you know, anything in their selection on, you know, some places have probationary period, it's too late in the process to incorporate all this stuff, but,
Right.
you know, I don't know. The way it is now, if we move it to 18, and someone puts in, out of the gate, open food, there's nothing we can do to deny them of that.
That's true.
Yes.
I guess another thing to look at, I use the opposite one I just made a moment ago, is you can't rent a car, a hotel room, or anything to do with the business. And we're gonna give people a business and also give them the responsibility to protect our relationship with the grant.
I love you, Tom, you already both that.
Yes, John.
I really think we should fight them on this because people are just not mature enough, to be doing this.
Well, let's, look,
I know I would move in.
in our comments then, in OVRC comments, we'll put some of the examples that we've had in the past and that,
Madam Chair?
yes,
I mean, if we're really gonna debate this, I do have something I'd like to say.
okay.
There are qualifications to become licensed and operated in this program. And the 21 is as arbitrary as 18. You can't say that 21s are automatically more mature. There's examples both ways. I mean, it's just, 18 is a reasonable age to be eligible for this program. If you pass the test and do everything you need to do to get in the program, you should be allowed in the program. Missy's the perfect example. If at 18, she had wanted to be licensed, I would have had no problem whatsoever, and she would have been able to do it. If there's an 18-year-old who's not mature enough to run a facility, they're probably not mature enough to make it through the program training and licensing. So it's not worth fighting RSA over. It's just a matter of fairness. There's 21-year-olds I would put up in the program, but there's a method for how we allow them or don't allow them, and let that work. The same as for an 18-year-old as it does for a 21-year-old.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
I'm all for fairness and things being applied equally, and we have current licensees who received that license before they were 21, so I go on the other side of it.
Yeah. So what's the committee think? Do we wanna just let RSA have their way with this one?
I say no.
No, you say no, okay?
I say let them have it.
Yes, are you
Yeah.
trying to do a vote on that?
Well, yeah, I guess it's not really a motion, but a poll, yeah, a poll more than a vote, I guess. Unless someone wants to make a motion, but,
I like a poll because then Derek can vote.
oh, okay, yeah, anyone.
I already made mine.
Yeah, everything thinks.
I don't know how to vote. I'll vote yes.
Frank, what do you think?
Hey, you can vote when
As
you're
far as
18,
he has
right?
the ultimate authority,
You can be drafted the law.
Yeah, I think RSA is gonna just say, make it 18 and be done with it, and it's not worth fighting over. You know, if we see there's a problem next time around, we'll really go to bat over it.
I know some 30-year-olds that are pretty irresponsible, so I will say we should just go ahead and let it.
Let them have it, okay.
They can't meet the requirements of this direction.
Sally loves that one.
Oh, John, it looks like you're in the lower end of the poll.
What else is it?
All right, you good, Christie? Just,
She ran out for a minute,
all right,
but yes.
okay. Demonstrates appropriate interpersonal skills for a retail business environment. RSA don't like that. It says, who makes this determination of what is meant by appropriate? And that's kind of an ongoing thing too, which that's something the committee said all along. And then OOD's response is, this is a conversation between the VR counselor, the VE training manager, and the consumer. A job coach could also have input. Being able to work with with people is essential to being a successful independent business owner. Ultimately, the final decision rests with the VR counselor. Being able to work with people is essential to being a successful independent business owner. I think they must really believe that because they repeated it twice. So, I don't know, I never liked stuff like that because it is subjective, but I don't know how you determine it. I guess if someone's there with their counselor and they're picking their nose and stuff, and.
I don't like the terminology that's used, I don't like the word choice, I don't like the lack of a definition, however, I do like the explanation.
Yeah.
I know plenty of people who are just not suited for customer service.
I mean, we just leave it alone and see what RSA comes back with, if anyone. All right, and the thing about the math test and credit check, RSA's comments of how do these two factors impact an individual's eligibility to enter the program? If they pass the math test, will Ohio deny entry for a low credit score? And we always have this talk when we do the rules. OVRC response, they are independent requirements. We do not base entry by using a credit score. We are gathering content and having conversations. We are more interested if a person has defaulted on loans or had bankruptcy, but even that would not automatically deny a person entry into the program. So, it's probably a decent response. I never liked the credit check thing anyway, so,
That's it.
yeah.
This will tie into the 18-year-olds, not many 18-year-olds will have any credit, so we should make sure that this isn't being unfairly weighted to deny it.
Yeah, I never liked the credit. I understand it, but I don't like it because, and right there it says, we want to make sure they didn't default on bankruptcy. Well, maybe they went blind and lost their career. And that's always been my problem with that. Now, it does say that that doesn't necessarily keep them out, but, you know, my problem with that has always been the person has a long career, been a great worker, great employee, perfect for the program, but they went blind, lost their career, and have been out of work for 2 years learning how to be blind. So they went bankrupt or defaulted on a loan. And now we could possibly keep them out of the program. I've never liked that.
Madam Chair, can I ask you real quick?
Yep.
When I was going through licensing, I sat down with the area manager, Ed Winfield, and he had my entire credit report, and he went over some things in my credit report, and he said, well, how come you didn't pay the cell phone bill? Or how come your bank balance is this amount? And I had to explain to him why those were what they were, and obviously I was admitted into the program. Does something similar still occur with people, or do we just look at their credit report and make a decision without talking to them, or how do we do it?
Yes.
At least the three of us here, we don't see any of that. Do you
So,
see it?
no, I don't. But I can tell you that I think conversation, again, it's a conversation starter. And Cynthia, I think, has had one person that filed bankruptcy, but again, it was like 20 years ago, and it was because of medical bills. And that was explained, and it was like, okay, that makes sense. You know, I think that, again, it goes to, nothing automatically is done, like, we don't put a score to it, it's not an automatic thing, but I think, again, to your earlier conversation about maturity, if we have someone in here that has filed bankruptcy 3 or 4 times that are not mature with money, I think we're setting them up to fail to automatically put them in the program. So a conversation does happen with Cynthia and the counselor and the person. I never see a credit report. I never want to see a credit report. You know, and I hear you too, Tom, that, you know, an 18, 19-year-old right out of high school probably won't have credit. And then what does that, again, it's not going to negatively affect them either. I think that this whole point is, if you have someone that has multiple liens, faults, bankruptcies, then I think that we all want to protect the program and that person and not have this be another failed venture for them out of the gate.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Val?
I'm gonna go on record and saying that what she's saying is valid, because I had filed bankruptcy, and it was on my credit report, and I explained it why I did in the name of bankruptcy.
We still let you in?
I know you're regretting that.
Hey,
Well, luckily you
y'all had a
were.
chance to keep them. I'm teasing.
What's the statute of limitations?
It expired yesterday.
All right, RSA's, they changed it says, each licensee is assigned a unique license number, and that license does not require renewal and remains valid until it's denied, revoked, or suspended by the SBI. And RSA rightfully says, this does not seem to make sense. Basically, the individual will already have the license. Recommend deletion of denied. And OOD said, yeah. We agree. All right, rule 3.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
The one thing I could think of is that it shows that RSA really did read through this stuff, and
They
they really
did.
did take a close look.
and we've never gotten, I don't remember anything like this to this detail before with rules, so. Rule 3, the applicant fails to submit a completed application on the form prescribed by BE. RSA just wants to know if that's available in electronic format. OOD says yes. And there's more than one eligible applicant for a site. It talks about RSA's comment is they're confused as to why there are 2 separate sections on how the BE will award facilities to vendors. If using these sections, why are facilities and sites treated differently when awarding locations to vendors? They want to know. OOD's response, the elected committee and the SLA view facilities and sites attachments as 2 distinctly different entities and therefore use different criteria. Licensees cannot bid on a site attachment unless they have a permanent facility. Well, that's probably not bad. All right, rule 4. The part about maintaining a high standard of personal hygiene. RSA, this is very subjective. Do you mean their hygiene must comport to health and safety regulations? Second comment, this is very subjective. What do you mean by appropriate attire? OOD comment, there are widely accepted expectations surrounding an acceptable level of hygiene in the workplace, and we would expect that they follow all health and safety regulations. So why don't we just say that? And then under the attire part, it says there are general widely accepted expectations surrounding appropriate attire in the workplace. So,
Madam Chair?
yes.
I think the Bureau could also strengthen that a little bit by saying that some of our DGAs require specific attire.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the university stuff talks about how you'll be dressed, it talks about that you'll wear something that identifies you. I just read something in the draft of the Tri-C agreement that I was on earlier that says you'll wear attire that matches your photo ID.
That's crazy.
That's in
That's
the
not.
so.
I wouldn't agree, don't agree to that.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
If we want to change the wording of it, now's the time.
Yes.
Maintain a high standard of personal hygiene while working, and operators and their employees must at all times wear appropriate attire while present in the facility. And again, I kind of wanted to put an example that we had at the rest area last December, why we have that in there, but I left that out. But again,
I think RSA would have enjoyed me.
oh my God.
Just point them to the video.
He told me the other day he still has a copy.
No.
Always gonna-
Okay.
So,
Would it be appropriate in OVRC meeting?
no.
But not against the rules.
That's I it's a public meeting.
I didn't realize that's what I put. put on today. I didn't see it.
Okay, Christie, go on.
So how do you guys want us to write this? And let me remind everyone that for anyone to be disciplined on this, it would have to be a pattern, we'd have to go to the local
It
committee,
would.
we'd have to have discussion. It's not just an automatic, you know, and we've had conversations with people about their hygiene that was even affecting open food, it was really gross. And we've always included the, you know, local committee in those conversations. Again, this is a thing where I don't think we've had issues with the masses. It's been individual issues that everyone in here agreed were not
Right.
right.
And one question I have, and this has come up in some of my conversations with folks in other states. So I guess I'll ask it, does it say something similar in your guys' employee regulations?
So we have, Madam Chair, we have a dress code procedure that, oh my gosh, I don't have anything.
Okay,
It is very, very specific, very specific.
Okay.
Down to the shoes, everything, and there's history there, like everything. There's, I guess when Director Miller came, the SSA side of the house, they were wearing like pajamas to work. Tank tops
Okay.
and t-shirts. So it's very lengthy and specific, and again, that's driven by like, the union contracts
Right.
and that stuff. So,
yeah, because we had some folks in other states that thought that these types of things in the rules was directed at blind people, trying to say that blind people needed to be told to have good hygiene and stuff. And I didn't get that impression here in Ohio, but
no.
but I just figured I'd ask. And that may be why RSA's asking this, because it has come up in other states.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
for the sake of clarity, to Christie, I was suggesting that you add some language about the terms that mention dress code in our VGA for
So-
your response.
For my
to
response, not
RSA.
necessarily,
Not
okay.
necessarily.
Yeah, not in the rule,
Okay,
yeah.
so the comment, you strengthen that comment and say that
Right.
you have specific requirements in certain VGAs that addresses this as well.
Right.
All right. Maintain active engagement, RSA's, oh, they don't like us using the word set aside in that part of the rule because set aside means something else, so, OOD says, we agree and will change set aside to negated. So,
Can you read that?
okay, it says, the current rule says maintain active engagement in their assigned facility. In lieu of active engagement, an operator may designate an essential employee to fulfill this function. If such a designation is made, the operator shall notify the BE program of the designated essential employee. During the operator's absence from the facility, all responsibilities remain with the operator and shall not be set aside by the operator's absence. RSA, because set aside is what it is, they didn't like us using the word set
That
aside.
makes sense, actually.
Well, I don't think the word negated is an appropriate replacement. I think it should be removed or
Yeah, negated might remain the opportunity of the all
I don't think it's
responsibilities
just
remain with the
overused.
operator and shall not be
waived.
waived by the operator's absence. Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
yeah, that's probably better than
I just didn't
negated.
want to ding us and say it's the wrong word again, that's all.
Yeah.
Fine, okay.
All right, subcontract only with express prior written approval from BE. RSA comment, why does the BE need to approve subcontract? Isn't this the right of a business owner or entrepreneur? OOD's response, the SLA has the agreement with the grantor, as such we have the responsibility to ensure that any subcontractors can meet requirements of the agreement.
Madam Chair?
Tom first and John. I think Tom got in the millisecond first.
I think BE's response indicates that they just want to make sure it's an approved person, but I think the actual intent behind BE's rule is that we don't do it without their approval. So I think those two things are not going together.
John?
So, whether we do the work or a contractor does the work, we're still equally responsible and still equally liable if there's any issues. So why should we have to approve a subcontractor?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think, and B shouldn't, because it says subcontract only with express prior written approval from BE. Not who it is, what they do, where they go, but the whole fact that you can do it to start with, BE gets to decide on. So,
Madam Chair, our response to that was, I think that we need to make sure that we're within the agreement. And if people on their own, subcontract, we're unaware, something happens, who do we contact, what's going on, that's one piece of it. But the other thing is again, making sure that a subcontractor, particularly with GSA or a state or federal, isn't some entity that's not permitted to do business. So we feel pretty strongly that subcontracting, we're not saying you can't do it, that we just need to have written approval before you do it.
and this little history came by with the rules. The committee, honestly, didn't like it. Years ago, when people were getting full service, full service beverage, that was the big one that people just didn't, the committee actually didn't like it. Because we had operators who were not even showing up at their facilities and just having full service, and the committee thought that was a bad thing. But I would still argue that was the operator's right to do it, but that's just,
That's certainly the case, and I respond to that.
yes.
We do have a university example where that right cost us a significant portion of the business. Sometimes when a grant receives, if there's money to be made, they'd rather do one.
Yep,
So I'll say that there are two sides to it.
there are. We can leave it. All right. The liability insurance, RSA, there are limited circumstances under which an SLA can provide liability insurance to vendors. First, VR funds may be used or state funds for match only during the first 6 months of operations. This liability insurance is an ongoing operation expense. The other option is using state funds, not for match. If the BE wanted to cover the ongoing expense of providing liability insurance, it could do so with state funds. But the expense would not be allowable for purposes of matching funds for the VR program. The OOD figure says that's exactly what we do. We have worked with the elected committee, and they have decided to take the money from the third-party unassigned state contract rather than matching this money or not matching and distributing it to all vendors annually. So, nothing on Rule 5. Rule 6, the director being notified, about the suspending of your operator agreement. RSA's comments, how is the suspending an individual's ability to perform the work not considered disciplinary action? What are the individual's due process rights concerning these suspensions? Additional language is necessary here to indicate the vendors have the right to request a full evidentiary hearing. In addition, the rules should address whether the vendor remains in the facility or site pending the outcome of the hearing. OOD response, we need to keep this to preserve the job for the program. The person who is suspended has the same right to due process and a full evidentiary hearing per Rule 14. So I always wondered, I kind of know the history, but I always thought it was so silly that we say it's not discipline. It just seems so goofy here, we're throwing you out of your facility, suspending it, but don't worry, it's not discipline.
Well, Madam Chair, you guys would know the history of this more than I would, and I will tell you that I've also been told, even in the last year, that we should suspend an operator or two. So, well, one operator. So, I hear you. I think that, again, our position of this is to preserve the jobs of
It
the
is.
program. That's our goal.
No, and we understand that, and they do have the right to breathe that and everything. These are pretty bad situations. And okay, thanks, all right, now what they don't like is the part that talks about what can terminate a BOA. The sentence that says, otherwise listed in chapter 3304-121 of the Administrative Code. RSA comments, for full disclosure, all items that may result in an operating agreement being terminated should be listed in this rule. Manual. OD response, it is not a reasonable request to list every possible scenario that would cause a BOA to be terminated. It would be non-compliance with chapter 21. And I disagree. The terminated, everything should be listed. That could, I mean, there's only certain things. Yeah, have an appendix. But no, most of the things that are listed there are true, but if there are others, we should put them. I mean, this is the end of an agreement. There's not that many items. I mean, there are some things you can't list every scenario, but to end an agreement, I don't know that you couldn't. I'm trying to even think of anything that's not on there. Huh?
Costume.
Costumes, well, that would be the inappropriate one that's listed. Well, that's what I'm saying, different things could cause those things. We wouldn't list, but the actual, resigning a facility, moving to another facility, the facility closing, those are all listed items. So I don't know where there would be another one that shouldn't be listed, so I tend to agree with RSA. All right, operators shall have only one BOA in place at any time in Ohio. On entering into a new BOA under paragraph, the existing BOA shall terminate. And RSA is just kind of asking for clarification. What happens when a vendor takes on more than one facility? Do they receive a new BOA, which includes information or all facilities they are operating? And OD responds correctly. An operator can only have one permanent BOA. An operator can have a temporary bureau operator agreement in addition to their permanent BOA. BOAs do not include each specific site, but operators receive the BGAs for all sites. So,
No, sure.
yes.
I believe also if the bureau in the strength of their answer, they can mention that an operator could be in multiple operators.
Yeah. So, RSA is asking about how long would the SOA allow a non-licensed entity to operate a facility? At what point has the emergency passed? OD's response, each situation is unique, and we evaluate each situation accordingly. We work with the elected committee in these situations to determine next steps. For example, having a spouse or adult child take over for a deceased operator. So I think that's fine. Next one, they're mentioning about set aside again. What service charge is, and OD says they'll change the service charge to set aside. And about the fee, RSA, can you provide examples of prearranged payment amounts to a vendor? Why would the vendor not receive the net proceeds of the facility? OD explains, in rare cases, a temporary operator will receive a guaranteed per week fee to run a facility or site, and the profits will then be returned to the program. It is to protect the operator from a business risk of unknown revenue. So, Rule 7, the only thing they ask about is the commandeering of the cash. RSA's comment, how does the SLA maintain the accounting in this situation? At what time are the funds returned to the vendor? OD response, monies are collected and given to fiscal to secure in a safe. Paperwork accompanies the funds. Monies are either returned to operator or applied to their program debt. The operator is invited to attend the transition inventory. And I would say they're required to attend, or their designee is required, not just invited. Yeah.
Just for RSA not kicking it back to us, we should say that the operator or operator doesn't need, because I can see them saying, what if the reason the transition is occurring is because an operator is not allowed in the facility? So we should put that operator
Or the designee, yeah, or if they're dead.
Madam Chair, operator designee is invited. We can't require, and we've had people that we've asked that refuse and don't show up. Is invited. Okay.
One of those people actually argued the count afterwards. I get it.
Reporting and service charge, Rule 8. Talks about the service charge, how much we pay. RSA comment, the Randolph Shepherd Act defines this as a set-aside. Oh, yeah, they're still on the set-aside thing. Then it wants to know, please explain how these percentages were arrived at and whether the elected committee actively participated in the determination of these percentages. Yeah, elected committee from way back a long time ago. OD response, we will change the term service charge to set aside, once again, to be in line with the federal act. Yes, the elected committee actively participated in the determination of these percentages.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Isn't set aside percentages, it's not one of the 5 things in September, is it? Did it used to be?
No, that has to be in rule. We couldn't do that every year, change it, because it has to be in the rule.
Okay. I thought we were rule.
I don't know, I guess we could take it out of the rule and set it every year, but,
Well, I'm asking, I don't think there's a request, I mean, you can change the stipend amount, you can change, other things, why can't you change that from year to year if the committee deems it necessary to do so?
Madam Chair, I believe it is in federal code, that it is part of the rules and that they have to also approve it, RSA.
RSA does have to approve the amounts of set aside.
You can have it approved every year.
Yeah, we could,
Madam Chair?
yes.
An interesting argument supporting Derek is at a time like this, we need to adjust it up a little bit to help out the program is good. I mean, it would be really good. Because
Yeah.
right now, we don't really have to spend, but it's, and I guess.
It's an interesting argument.
To take this a little bit further, we continue to pay the same fee year after year and never look at it. Maybe we should. However it be done, whether it be in a meeting or in a rule.
There was a time years ago when we toyed with, actually, when we were in much happier budget times, when we toyed with cutting it. We toyed with cutting out the 10% level and basically letting people have the first $1,000 free, to help the lower income people. I mean, that was not the time, obviously, but there was a time when we seriously discussed that, and I don't know why we didn't do it.
I think it's Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think it's an interesting idea. We should discuss further at some point, not for this rule.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea, you don't pay anything for the first 10, but there's an additional that gets paid if you're over, $5,000 or something.
We could, yeah.
There's all kinds of things that could be done to help out people that don't have much income and help that not hinder the program's ability to collect service charges at the same time.
Madam Chair?
There's things we could do, absolutely, yeah.
we're supposed to discuss the budget and afterwards participate in the budget, and this is a contributing factor to that. So we should definitely look at it more than what we did.
We should. That I agree with. There's definitely other things we could do to maybe help service charge. And it would take a rule change, but we've said all along, we can change rules, whatever we want, so. All right, RSA, why do electronic filers get an additional 9 days to file their reports? OOD response to ensure that payments are treated the same for both filers. Paper filers have to submit sooner, so a manual invoice can be generated and a paper check can be mailed.
Madam Chair,
I think that's silly, but okay, that is how we do
Yeah, I
it.
think you're right.
Yes,
I guess it doesn't require us to submit a separate response to RSA office, but it is, we had the ability to file paper MYs removed from our rules in the last rule package, and here we are still discussing how we do it and capable to do it legally. We need to stop it.
yeah, we need to
Plenty of
get,
people who were seriously inconvenienced when we stopped that, and we didn't give a darn about those people, but now the Bureau's inconvenienced, so we have to keep doing it. And sometimes we gotta be consistent.
oh, paper MOR thing needs to go away, yes?
Madam Chair, I agree, 100% agree. And if I had control over coding and IT and OBG, we would make that happen in a heartbeat. The only paper MORs that we deal with right now is opening packet and closing packets. That because of the inventory changes on that, and now because of the inventory adjustment. But other than that, those are the only times where a paper MOR, correct me if I'm wrong.
Madam Chair, if anyone at any time makes a change to their inventory, whether it's they've added more sites and increased their inventory, or bought down their inventory, we do one then, or in very rare times, where an operator can't file it themselves and they don't have anyone who knows their passwords, and we kind of file paper that way, but those are very rare occasions.
And one time I filed a closing MOR on the gateway, and it like sent the whole program into a tizzy, and we all freaked out.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will say that we have been working very hard with OBG and our internal IT to get that, so we won't have to do that in the future for opening, closing, or any type of inventory change. It's just herding cats. That's all I don't know how to describe it.
Okay,
But it is in the
Yes.
works, and we gave them a deadline for the end of this year, like calendar year, so.
I think Derek wanted to close it after him tonight, so.
okay, I'm sorry, Derek, I didn't.
Oh, no, I just want to ask the question, why is it necessary to do anything differently on the gateway to adjust the initial inventory?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I did.
Why you do it?
I'm bored.
I know you are.
Madam Chair, so when you change initial inventory, it throws off the balancing of the MOR. Because if the initial inventory changed, it automatically changes on the back end of your opening. So if you don't make further adjustments to balance that, you're gonna end up paying service charge on the inventory you bought down. So what the calculation is, that we do manually, is when that opening inventory changes, we increase the stock purchases by that amount and then reduce the draw by that amount. So it balances and the operator is not charged any service charge on that amount.
No, that's exactly right. That's good that you do that, because adjusting initial inventory shouldn't affect anything. The only thing that should affect is the agreement that you made at the beginning, and that should be you have to draw up a new agreement, and the operator has to sign, this is now your new obligation of initial inventory. But the fact that they're doing it this way, so that operators don't have to pay service charge just because they buy down their initial inventory obligation, I'm glad I asked the question, because now I'm very happy. That makes me extremely happy. And it would be awesome, and also it would be awesome, and they're fighting for it, which is great too, to get it changed so that it doesn't have to be done on the paper and all that. So that's all good.
All right.
I'm not bored anymore, I'm happy.
Okay, well, we're glad.
No,
You
no,
don't
I'm sure.
before.
Yeah, now it's Tom's turn.
Oh, oh, that's right, Tom was,
He's still bored.
I'm sure there's not, it isn't as simple as this, but I know that the Bureau uploads log files to OVG every day at midnight. So if the Bureau's aware that these things are changing, why can't you just upload the updated log files, so the operator just file the M1 and there you go, and it's done. But I'm sure it's not quite as simple as I made it sound, and maybe nobody thought of that, I don't know. But anyway, all that aside, can we put a pin in this as a committee to make sure in the next little package there's nothing about paper M1?
yes,
Madam Chair?
paper and more should be going, yes.
So, Amy, my question is to Amy, why don't we just tell the operators to do what you did on the MR itself, so that you don't, we can do no paper? I mean, not, no paper.
Well, I was gonna say, that would throw some people into a,
Oh, well.
some would do it fine, but there's some that would not like that at all. All right, RSA's grumpy again because we call service, set aside service charge, and the Bureau says once again, we'll change it. 9 and 10, there's no comments. 11, RSA is scolding the Bureau because of the thing about only on request. It says, 34 CFR 395.12 requires the SLA to provide program information to blind vendors. They do not have to request the information to receive it. The blind vendor may request a meeting to better understand the information provided. So I actually have to be on OED's side with that. I don't know how they know the operator wants it. They don't ask for it, I don't know. It says OD response, we send out information to the elected committee monthly pursuant to the law. Licensees can request any additional information and we will provide it. Full financial details by facility are available semi-annually.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Another comment to the Bureau would be, maybe put in there the information that's sent to the committee also appears on our website, because I think what RSA is getting at is, if they don't know the information exists, how can they ask for it? So maybe what we should say is, this information is put in a place where people can find it, however, if they want something specific, they can also ask for that.
Yeah, sounds good. All right,
Madam Chair.
yes.
I think it would be useful that all operators, I've always thought that we should have a pseudo mailing list, and you can opt in or out of it as an operator, and all the communications, the reports that go to the committee can also come to you as an operator to keep you informed and abreast of what's going on. I know that would be some extra work and it would be for a minute, but
Yeah, but not much.
I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, not much.
And people that don't want it to say, no, I don't need 15 emails a week, and don't have to, the people that do want it, could get it without requesting it out.
Especially the report.
Especially the reports, yeah, the budget
Yeah.
reports and the area reports and all of that stuff. I mean, they go with the minutes anyway.
Yeah, the reports should go to everybody. Because they're just say what's going on in each facility and what's kind of happening. All right. Now, here's a good one. Derek, this is the Derek one. So.
What? What they do now?
How is the elected committee representative of all licensees
Yes,
if only
that's
those
right.
licensees operating a facility are allowed to vote?
No taxation without representation.
Randolph Shepherd allows all licensees to vote, but only vendors may be elected to the committee. OD response, unassigned licensees are not assigned to a district. Districts are determined by the location of the facility. So, I think we could change this, because RSA is right with this. We put people who are not assigned, licensees who are not assigned a facility, their home address is used to determine their district.
It's easy, but it should be that.
Everyone happy with that?
How did you do it? Say this real quick, not the motion.
we would probably have to determine it. The committee probably have to say at some point, we got a new licensee that lives in, BFE, Ohio. What district are they in? There probably have to be a determination for some, maybe. But I think we can fix this, because RSA is right. People who are licensed deserve the representation from their committee.
So Madam Chair,
Yes.
just so you know, so we're gonna add on here, licensing is not assigned a facility, right? A facility.
Yeah.
Their district will be their home address.
Yes.
They can
It
vote.
will be determined by their home address. And I would even go as far as to say a permanent facility, because we do temps all over here and there and everywhere.
Yeah.
So I would say under a BOA, because it could be a temp, they could have two temps, in two different districts or something. So unless you're under a BOA, then you use your
Otherwise,
home address.
nobody starts to gain 30 seconds, I think that's how it gets worse. Solves a lot of problems.
Yep.
Okay.
Good
All right.
recommend, but I like it.
Are the ballots sent in accessible format? I want to know.
No.
They're not.
They're not, and OOD says no. The elected committee values anonymity in the voting process and has requested that paper ballots be used in this process.
Well, he's surveying on the
How does that provide anonymity by not putting them in a accessible format?
I don't know. Could we use survey? I mean, but there's people that don't do internet.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about the paper ballots could be large print and braille, all of them. could be-
Well, yes, they can be that, but some people's preferred format is electronic. They can be in braille
Well,
or
that's not
print.
what preferred format refers to here, accessible format, I mean. Accessible format has to do with, however, whatever format it's sent to you needs to be accessible to whatever my disability is. And I have a preference, and that's either braille. The electronic thing isn't a preference for accessibility, that's just a preference of how I receive it.
I think it could be either way. I take that as electronic as one of the, there's no reason a ballot can't be sent in braille. That's true.
All the ballots should be sent large.
And they are all
braille.
sent large print.
And it should be in braille too, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you used to send them in braille.
I hate the fact that they got so many more.
I've not voted in an election in probably a decade because I run out of votes. So I didn't, I assumed I would still get one in braille if I got one.
Oh,
So, we can do something with that. All right. Now we get into the whole emergency thing. The SLA should provide more information about what is meant by an emergency. This is very much open to interpretation right now. This is the thing about them getting to do what they want without the committee if it's an emergency, so. OOD says standard language from prior rules packages that to our knowledge has never been used. We cannot account for every situation that will require an immediate response. This provides protection for the program.
Not a lot of appendices.
Yeah.
Appendices.
Appendices. It says if the committee doesn't respond in a reasonable time, RSA doesn't like that. They say this is very subjective, what is meant by a reasonable time. OOD response, reasonable time is dependent on the issue or situation. Well, that's a cop-out. Yeah, that's a cop-out. I don't know how you define reasonable time, but
Oh.
I like the, that is the dearest one, no, I'm sorry. Is deemed to be mentally incompetent. No,
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
I think I have a question again.
Does this mean through a court competency hearing? Please refer to the process that will determine an individual's competency.
I can trust it, I'm fine.
That's what Sheldon, I was gonna say. We won't take you to Houston. This would be through court competency hearing, which we've never discussed that before, so nice to know. We will change to be, is determined to be mentally incompetent by court order. That's probably accurate too. And then RSA, what is this? Pursuant to paragraph rules of the administrative code, and all RSA gives here, please add language referring to past due program charges. And then OD has that snotty response about the Ohio law discourages duplicating language. We will change to for past due program charges pursuant to, oh, that's it, to get your license going away for it. Not paying stuff. Rule 14. Let me see, where are we here? Oh, okay, the part about, okay, I'll just read it. A licensee dissatisfied with any Bureau of Services for the visually impaired action arising from the operation or administration of the business and enterprise fee program, including employment decisions and ministerial decisions, is encouraged to first attempt a pre-grievance meeting with the assigned area manager to resolve any issue. RSA comment, recommend adding but not required. OOD response, added. And they change, is encouraged but not required to first attempt a pre-grievance meeting with the assigned area manager to resolve an issue. Then the next part, a licensee may file a grievance and request a fair hearing when the licensee is dissatisfied with any VSCI action arising from the operator or administration of the BE program. The request shall be received by the BE manager within 365 calendar days of the date the licensee became or reasonably should have become aware of the action taken. RSC comment, is this time frame extended if the licensee opts to engage in informal resolution? OOD response, no, it does not extend the time. No grievance requesting a fair hearing shall be permitted concerning employment decisions or ministerial decisions of OOD, BSBI, or BE. RSA comments. Could you further explain what is meant by ministerial decisions? What does Ohio see as ministerial decisions with respect to the BEP? Perhaps providing some examples in the text would provide necessary clarity. And OOD's absolutely inaccurate response is, we must follow state and federal laws, policies, and procedures. For example, procurement certifying debt to AG audits. We also must follow union contracts, which could also include employee schedules or work assignments. There are too many examples to include in this rule. What the heck does that have to do with ministerial?
So Madam Chair, I can expand on this.
Yes?
Because I think that, and I've had so many conversations about it, and my lawyer has left. Maybe Ethan can fill in the blanks. All this came about, and there's been grievances on it, and there's been, discussion on this. You guys have wanted to, we cannot go forward and agree on work assignments as being something that can be because of, the revised code 4117, collective bargaining. Also, I mean, I've even talked to the lawyers in labor relations on this. Also, Article 5 of OCSEA says that work assignments and stuff dealing with employees are at the sole discretion of management. So let's play this out. If a operator were to grieve that they want a different consultant, and a hearing officer found in favor of that, and that the remedy, or maybe it's even an arbitration, that the remedy be that they are assigned a different consultant, that would be in exact opposition of state law that we could never agree to. It's not personal. I understand your guys' position, Derek, I do. And I think that you have every right to speak at the public hearing, to speak at JCAR, but we're telling RSA, JCAR, and everyone that we cannot be subject to grievance where we cannot satisfy any recommendation from a hearing officer or an arbitration panel, because it's in law that management has sole discretion of employees in their work assignments.
Well, why couldn't management agree with the operator and just change it then? I'll give you an example. We have a consultant, doesn't get along with the operator. It's a bad situation. They're arguing, they're both in tears, this and that. The consultant gets the option, and I know this has happened, where that operator's upsetting you, we can assign them to a different consultant.
So
The operator doesn't get that same consideration.
So, Madam Chair, they do. And we asked, yes, they do.
It
I've
was
asked
offered multiple.
multiple times it's been offered, multiple times. Also, when Frank Vergassa grieved it, I said, you can't grieve it, it's going to be denied, but let's talk about it. Give me examples. He provided none, and it ended. He didn't say a word afterwards. We're willing to work, but you can't grieve something that's against what our hands are tied.
Now, let's talk about the ministerial. Go ahead, Tom.
On this one, say, not that one, but say I get a divorce, and the person I was married to marries, and the person that I was married to marries a person that just so happens to be my consultant. That's clearly a relationship that is not going to work out. If, under this, if we go with what the Bureau said right there, there's absolutely nothing I can do about that unless I explain my situation to Christie, and Christie feels that it's warranted. But I could really be put in a disadvantaged position. Say I'm a family member, or I have a problem with a family member of a consultant. I mean, there's plenty of reasons why an operator might not want to stick with a consultant. I've had issues with consultants in the past. I've been able to work them out. I've never had to go quite that far. But there are definitely some situations where a consultant is a personal friend of an operator, and a new operator coming into that area is not treated properly.
And I get that, and I'm here to say that as long as I'm here, we will work with people. We won't. You just can't grieve it. We would be up the creek if we allowed an outside entity or a hearing officer or anyone to dictate something. We get a grievance on the other side that we would not win.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
To respond to that, my feeling is that the union protects a consultant from having a workplace environment that they feel is unsafe, unnurturing, whatever word you want to use. But an operator has zero protection. They have to work with whoever they're assigned to if the Bureau doesn't feel like reassigning. And I don't think that that's something the committee should support. We should be looking out for operators' interests, and there are some cases where an operator's interest could be negatively affected by this policy.
That's the problem we have, and we're gonna put a comment into RSA on this too. But I'll tell you the one that bothers me more is the ministerial, and the complete lack of understanding that should come from attorneys on what ministerial decisions are. They talk about certification to the AG and things that you have no control over. That has nothing to do with our definition for ministerial. Our definition for ministerial is something that doesn't have any impact on the quality or quantity of services to the operator. How is getting turned over to the AG not impacting an operator?
I think ministerial is a catch-all, And again, we can't just, and I'm sorry you're offended by that, I don't know how to word it right. Again, it was not there to offend you guys, it's trying to provide examples that we can't determine, and this has come up, this has literally come up. Oh, we like that person. We have to still certify them, or, oh, we don't like that person, let's certify them on day 2.
But that's not our definition of ministerial.
What's our definition of ministerial?
Read it.
I mean, but let's, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Let's describe, in the response to RSA, is the perfect legal definition of ministerial. But we have a different definition of ministerial in our rules that doesn't coincide with what ministerial actually means in legal terms.
Correct. So, again, ministerial, in my opinion, means anything that, I understand that it doesn't adversely impact, but something like might adversely, like you guys might say to me, Christy, we want AG certification to be 100 days, not 45. And I would have to say, I don't have control over that. The AG and the state has determined that any past due beyond 45 days has to be certified. Even if I said, but we in the committee really want it to be 100 days, we don't want it to be 45. I would have that ability to do that.
But that's not what our rule says. You're making an argument, our rule defines what ministerial is, and this has nothing to do with that.
So ministerial decisions do have an impact. They do have an impact, I agree with you. Maybe we need to get rid of the word ministerial decision. You know, any decision that's, a part of any policy, procedure, law that the state has that can't contradict. I mean, that at the end of the day is what we're talking about.
Let's use examples that's been made before. We have the AG thing on the table. You certify, what if you were supposed to certify Derek to the AG, but you certified me instead?
Can't agree.
I can't grieve that? I have no recourse whatsoever?
Well, again, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah, you can go to Franklin County Court.
Correct, Franklin County Court, the lawyers like to throw around this word called mandamus action, don't even understand it myself. There are recourses there, Or
You certify me, I owe $300 to the program, and you certify me for $3 million.
And we already have someone that came out of the woodwork right now that's complaining about their closing packet since 2011, never even heard of the guy.
Who wants credit for a new fax machine?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
But again,
I hear that story.
maybe I could be more clear that what I'm doing is dictated on state policies, procedures, union contracts.
See,
Yes.
this has been used over the years to disallow grievances for a myriad of things. And one of them was, there was an operator who was dissatisfied with the BGA and wanted to go into it and was told that that's not something you can grieve. It's between the Bureau and their lawyers what contract they want to do. And I'm not arguing whether or not that should be we should have an input in that, because clearly I don't know that I think we should. But this language has been used over the years, and the definition has been broadened to suit the needs of the person in charge at the time. And I think it's very important we get clear exactly what's intended by this.
Grievances aren't the issue here. It's the access to an evidentiary hearing that's an issue. And the federal law requires that a hearing be provided by the SLA to any licensee dissatisfied with any action of the SLA. That's what's at issue here. You don't get to decide whether you give me access to a hearing or not because you think that the hearing officer or the arbitration panel may not have jurisdiction over the issue. That's for the hearing officer and the arbitration panel or the judge to decide whether there's jurisdiction or not in the matter at hand. That's the problem that we have with all of this, especially when you're misinterpreting rules to cause us to not have access to hearings to get resolution to the issues that we have. That's what's so appalling about all of this. And to say that, well, there's other means, you can go to, we don't need to go to Franklin County Court for mandamus actions to force you to give us a hearing. Just give us a hearing. And I had a conversation earlier. You're not required to put these restrictions in the rule. What are you afraid of? Why are you afraid that we're going to start breathing ridiculous, nonsensical things? I'm not going to grieve that you sent me a closing report on yellow paper from 28 years ago. That's not going to happen.
Madam Chair, I'm afraid specifically that a hearing officer or an arbitration will feel that they have jurisdiction, will require us to then change work assignments, that then we would be in violation of the law.
Well, an arbitration could already do that. Just because you don't give a hearing doesn't mean someone's going to get an arbitration. So that could still happen.
Now,
You need to be less afraid of the process feeling than you do of us getting access to the
Hold on.
process.
John has something.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
it's Christie, you don't like when the hearing officers decide you're gonna refuse to do it anyway, so it's different.
Absolutely.
And you've done it already.
you cannot be subject to a brief on separate constitutional law.
You can't deny me
Part
access
of
to a
it, part
hearing.
of
But
it.
the federal, but you're.
All right. Well, we've already talked about what RSA may or may not accept, so hopefully they'll take this one down so that you can follow. So, last one, Appendix A, business legal fees associated with, legal fees not associated with any adversarial proceedings against OOD. RSA comment, and I love this. Why would this expense be excluded if an individual is attempting to protect their business interests based on an action taken by OOD? OOD, very silly response. A party cannot recover attorney's fees as part of the cost of litigation against the state of Ohio. Nobody is even requesting recovering, they're requesting writing it off. Businesses write off legal fees when they're fighting the state of Ohio all the time. So that response makes absolutely no sense to the question that was asked. If you want to say, if you want to respond and say, well, we don't want program money that could affect service charge to be used against the program, then say that. But don't say people can't recover, because no one's asking to recover.
If I could recover it, I wouldn't need to write it off.
Exactly. So, I mean, almost every business in the world writes off their legal fees if they're fighting the government. Even if they can't get it back, if they sue for it, they can write it off their taxes and everything. So, yes.
A lawyer is much more expensive to go to Franklin County Court than to go to a 119 hearing anyway.
Yep.
Solve that problem.
So, RSA's right, that should go. Anyone else think anything?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I need to apologize. I've gotten out of control and I didn't mean for that to happen. Obviously, this is a very controversial
It is.
subject, and I apologize that I broke protocol and rights and everything, and I didn't mean for that to happen.
So,
Yeah, where's the sergeant on?
he's gone. I know, our sergeant-at-arms.
That's probably why I was misbehaving.
Oh,
He's not here to.
Yeah, he's not here to keep you in line. So, we're gonna respond to that one too, and I think the committee's gonna say, we agree with RSA.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that we change it, that we don't want to spend program money to fight the program. To your suggestion.
Even though the Bureau does it all the time. We had a whole line item on the budget we talked earlier about the program spending program money to fight the program, so.
Yeah.
But you can say that, and we'll send our response in that we agree with RSA, and unless the committee feels differently, I couldn't say that. I couldn't speak for the committee, but, and hopefully we get that nastiness out of the rule. And that's it for the RSA comments.
So, Madam Chair, what is your guys' plan? You're sending separate comments to RSA?
On just a couple of them, I guess. That's-
Okay, are you going to copy us or no?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, you shared yours, we'll share them.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
From I guess, board of settlement at the moment, how are we gonna work this out? Who writes them, how we gonna see them, how we gonna?
we'll make sure everybody sees them, and
Procedural, that's the word I can.
Yeah.
There, sitting on it.
we can write them up and send them out and figure out how we're gonna, get them distributed. But, that's not a problem.
Okay.
Because that's what that's what Greg said to do, to have our own comments, so. All right, so we only have a few more things. All right. The pages might not be too long, and hopefully I made a bigger deal of it than it needed to be. The paper and MOR submissions. Did that go smoothly, or did we have any problem with anybody? Has everybody who was supposed to turn in the paper MORs for the inventory adjustments, were they able to? And
Madam Chair.
yes,
I believe everything did go smoothly. I think we are still waiting on two of them. One person used their emergency late, and the others, said that they put it in the mail and we're just still waiting on it.
okay, good,
Madam Chair?
yes.
I know we've had discussion about eliminating these altogether, but I know that in this last round of them, the consultants were telling people that they could go on Gateway and have the information in terms of reports from Gateway, because they don't actually do an MMR, they get their numbers together in their own format and they're entering in the Gateway. And in this case, it turned out to be correct information. So I guess if there's ever another circumstance where we have to do paper online for people, some of our people might be refreshers, and some of our people may have never done it, or they've only done it. So just on that.
Well, that was my worry, that's why I put it on the agenda, because I was worried that we would have a problem, because I was concerned that we had people who've never done them, and it sounds like it went pretty smooth, so I'm glad of that.
And Madam Chair, just for the record, it is actually, I don't know how you guys did it, but it's made it so simple, you can scan it and email it, and it's not a big deal. It's just annoying with the different due dates and different this and that. It's just, can't wait till it's done.
All right, well, that's good. All right, Schaefer update and placement of service calls. We've touched on this a little bit. What to do about service calls and place and see if anyone's seen any improvement since our meeting with Schaefer. What did we have that as?
3, 4 weeks ago.
Something like that, yeah. That there's
It's been a long, really long day.
Madam Chair,
yes,
I know we're still hearing from consultants that deliveries are taking forever. I know Kelsey Berger, while we were here, just emailed me and said she'd placed a service ticket August 17th, here we are a month later. So I definitely think we're still having issues.
I can share some stories that we I'm not going to
Madam Chair.
Okay, it's still bad. Yes, John.
It's an issue where I've had consultants tell me that Joe's been rude to them too, so, you know, and this is since I leave, it's happened. Something's gotta give.
Yeah. I don't know what to do about that. Jill's advice, that's for sure, yeah, yeah.
I just want to remind everyone to remember that these meetings are being recorded and they will be posted on YouTube, so
Yeah.
let's be careful what we say. But I would also like to say in regard to that, if there's a particular member of Schaefer's staff who is becoming argumentative and difficult to work with, then we need to make the Bureau aware of that, and the Bureau needs to take proper action and make Schaefer aware of that, and somehow it needs to be resolved, because this is not an isolated incident. But the only way the Bureau can handle it is if we make them aware of it, and then make the higher up Schaefer aware of it.
And I can certainly have that's a service call that hasn't been run since August 17th, or is it a part?
Hold on.
Oh, delivery.
Well, I've got parts that the technician was out there September 1st, and I was just told they're 2 weeks out of the part. And in our meeting, they told us that wouldn't happen. But it is.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, and I've got one where they told me it's been easy to get the part, I'm like, well, take it out of a different machine for now, so I can reuse the machine. And of course, like, it's only gonna take a couple of days, and that was 3 weeks ago, so.
yeah, so, sounds like things haven't gotten fixed yet. So,
Madam Chair.
yes, Steve.
We can look into following up with Schaefer again. I know we were supposed to have another meeting with them in November, but maybe we move that up instead of 90 days out. We look at the 60-day mark just to
Okay,
kind of get that nipped in the bud before it escalates anymore.
yeah,
Madam Chair?
yes,
I really would love for us to be on a little service call.
me too.
I would love, I'd be willing to make a motion on it.
Motion would be wonderful.
Okay, Madam Chair, I make a motion that the operators be allowed to start making their own service calls and scheduling their own appointments instead of having to go through consultant on a regular basis.
There a second?
Come on, guys.
Was there a motion?
Yes. I'm sorry, yeah, he motioned that operators be allowed to make our own service calls and schedule the appointment instead of going through the consultants.
For purposes of discussion, I'll second.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
yes,
So it's our feeling that operators still need to call consultants to place service calls, and just hear me out. We have a few reasons why.
okay,
The big part is, you know, consultants are approving these invoices as they come in, and if operators are placing their own service calls, the consultant isn't always in the loop of what's going on, so when they go to like approve invoices, it's just kind of like, do we need to call the operator every single time when we look at those, or, I know in the past, we just kind of like approved them and went on. But there are areas where we have pushed back at Schaefer of like, why are we paying for this? Can you explain this line item on an invoice? Just because consultants are more aware of what's going on because they're the ones placing the service calls. Another aspect of this goes along with budgetary things as well, and it just went into effect today on our business system, now tied to each and every asset tag number. For every invoice that is paid against that asset tag, we're able to see that. So the consultant can look up a BE number and they're gonna be able to see, okay, the compressor has been replaced on this twice. Or this machine has had a number of service calls on it, like we're wasting more money repairing it, and we could have just bought a new one for that amount. So that's kind of a new thing, and I think that our IT was able to go back back until like, early 2019, so we're able to see all that past data too. But without knowing that VE number, and I know that not always, an operator knows that, and like if John would say my frozen machine at DAS, the consultant can look that up pretty easily and put that in the system, so we're making sure that every service call has that number tied to it, so we can track that, in our system, just to save, you know, if we put a new compressor in a freezer, we're not gonna keep putting compressors in freezers, just because freezers don't usually equate to that, on a monetary amount. But there's good reasons why we're not trying to be the middleman or anything like that. It's just from a reporting and, budgetary standpoint, there's a good reason why we want consultants to be involved in that process.
Madam Chairman,
Go ahead.
because I have a lot of involvement with this, I'd like to speak and kind of echo what Amy was just saying. I know that the consultants are even taking it a step further, and if a consultant puts in a service call for a particular problem, and within a week or two you're having the same problem, the way it's coded in the system is a recall versus a service call, and a recall versus a service call is different building standards. And if an operator is calling Schaefer directly, I don't know about you guys, but I don't trust Schaefer to be trying to save us a buck. And I'm not saying Schaefer doesn't do anything, but I am saying that Schaefer doesn't care as much about our budget as we do. So I'd really rather our people be the ones trying to do that than Schaefer.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
that's all well and good, but depending on the consultant, it doesn't always get translated in the way that we're sending a message and saying this is what we need.
Yeah, that was my
That's the problem.
That was my point exactly, we're making an assumption here with that the operators aren't gonna do as good of a job as the consultants to do that, and that's simply not true. Some consultants do an excellent job, some do a horrible job, with that, and same with operators. So, and as far as, don't the consultants get a copy of the ticket when an operator puts it in?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, yes, the consultant does get a copy of the ticket, but part of the issue that I've seen is our consultant can call in a service call one way, or maybe they even email it in, and then when Jill translates it into a ticket, sometimes it's changed completely, and our consultant's able to say, whoa, that's not at all what we said was the issue. And not to throw it all up, Jill, but I have seen that where there's been discrepancies in what was requested and what was actually put in the ticket.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe we need to communicate with Schaefer that what the consultant writes is what the technician should see. No one should be rewriting a consultant's ticket, because when I call a consultant, I'm very specific about what my problem is. And the reason I try to be as specific as possible, I want it to be a one-shot fix. I want the technician to bring the parts he needs to fix it, and I want my machine back up and running. And I don't want to have to do a recall. So can we, or not can we should, when we have our meeting with Schaefer, indicate our strong feeling that whatever the consultant submits is what affects our review.
And Madam Chair, we can also work with our consultants to make sure everyone's trained the same to ask for specific details, and, you know, we don't want inconsistencies of how tickets are being relayed.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I kind of like the consultant being involved. I think I'm kind of lucky, well, I put the order in, and they read it back to me, and I confirm it. And them being hands-on, they can catch all the, like, I've had people come back to do repairs in the past. That's a recall that never got fixed the first time, but they'll throw in a couple things and say, well, it's this or that. They don't want to be accountable for their mistakes, and maybe if the consultant's there to just defend that instead of the operator having to argue third party.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
whether the consultant is part of that or not, is not gonna change what the technician writes on that ticket. That's what I'm saying. And I've had too many issues with the consultant giving the person wrong information, and I can give you, like, we should have our B numbers anyways, and be able to provide the B number for that machine ourselves as well. I know I do.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think just to throw this out there, important part of this is there's a lot of people here that they do a phenomenal job, and they know the DE numbers, putting in very, very legitimate service calls. But as a whole, there are operators who aren't doing those things. They're not even looking at the equipment, so Shaper's going there and there's no cups. And that's why the cup's not dropping. Or they're saying, I need you to work on the second bev max to the left. Shaper gets there, there's no issue, and then they call back, oh, I meant the second bev max to the right. Those are things that we've seen in the past, and even in present times. So we just, I guess, are wanting consistency with service calls, especially since Shaver's a hot mess. So just to nail down like what the issues are, and I think that if we let, so-and-so can do it this way and so-and-so can do this way, and then it makes it hard to pinpoint the problem with Shaver.
Yeah, but that's what's still, that stuff's still happening, the consultant calling it in. If I call and say cups aren't dropping in my coffee machine, they're gonna call someone out there, whether I don't have cups in the machine or not. It's still, whether I call it or they call it, it's the same thing. And there isn't consistency. We're having all these problems with Schaefer, and I'm not saying that's the consultant's fault, but we're having it now with them calling it in. So I don't see how it would change. Yes.
Because of our budget crisis, and it's not a joke, I don't use that word lightly, because of our budget crisis and our current levels, we have explored some options, and when I say we, I mean myself and the people I've spoken to, Amy being one of those people, I've spoken to Sally, I've spoken to other operators, and some of the things that have been kicked around that consultants can benefit from is a checklist. And if you call and say, my coffee machine's not dropping cups, the consultant can say, well, that's something a lot of people have, and here's some reasons that it usually happens. Can you check these things out? And I understand some people are going to say, well, I pay service charge, I don't want to have to check that. I'm not a vending machine repair technician. Well, guys, we're broke. And if you want to keep saying I don't have to do that or I shouldn't have to do that, then we're going to end up in a lot worse trouble than we're currently in.
I get that, but.
And Madam Chair.
Yes.
And maybe it's this, like the start of the checklist is like, have you visited your machine? I don't think that we're expecting anyone to be like a super mechanic or anything like that. But I think that it will probably be, asked of operators when they call their consultants for a service call of, have you been to your machine? If your machine, like someone says it's leaking like crazy or anything, like we're not gonna hesitate then. Like that's not gonna be like, well, have you been there to check it out? Like we're gonna call a service call as soon as possible. But if it's my machine's not dispensing product and it's a customer complaint, it's probably gonna be expected of the operator to at least visit the machine to see if was that customer like just having like their own issue with an operator, or is there something actually physically wrong with the machine?
I get that, and I'll try not to get too upset with my consultant when they ask me silly questions like if the machine has cups in it or not. I'll try not to be offended.
It happens more often than you realize.
Or have I actually been to the machine? That'll annoy the heck out of me if I get asked that.
Madam Chair, can I share a story real
But
quick?
yes.
I keep throwing myself under the bus today. I've got a bed match at KSU, and that accepts an athletic card. It doesn't accept cash, it only accepts an athletic card. I was there this week, or last week, I filled it, and I went back the next day, and I realized it wasn't cooling. And I did some troubleshooting, the condenser was cooling, it was icing over, but the cabinet fan wasn't circulating. So I went through the programming mode, and I went through the relay test, the relay toggle test, and I turned it on and turned it off. and I diagnosed it as bad fan mode when I put in a service call. Well, I assumed I don't collect money from this machine, so why would one of those cords have ever got knocked loose? I don't go in the machine where the money is. That's what happened. It turned out it was an unplugged, condenser fan. And that's my fault. That was a wasted service call. If I would have taken 5 more minutes to check that machine out, that wouldn't have happened. And it's these things that happen to all of us. I understand it.
Well,
But how would the consultant solve that?
yeah,
If the consultant had a checklist and said, well, gee, the last time somebody's condenser fan wasn't running, it turned out it was a loose connection in the cabinet. Did you follow that wire down? And, well, that's not something I'm comfortable doing. Okay, we'll get you a service call. Or, I really want my machine back up, I'll go try that right now. Boom, service call stopped.
And Madam Chair, we recognize that on the consultant side of things, that there are improvements that can be made, and I think that it is our plan to discuss with consultants, like, you know, just for that consistency fact, like, this is how things are to be done in the future, and go over a checklist and those sort of things.
all right, well, we do have a motion. Yep. So, unless there's more discussion, we can call for the vote. The motion was for operators to call in their own service calls. So, John,
I say yes still.
Tom,
No.
Larry,
No.
and,
Tim is
Al?
here.
Huh?
Tim is here.
Oh, Jim is
I
here
just
too?
moved. I say yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, you moved, so I didn't
Yeah.
know. All right, and I say yes. So,
If they're gonna like it,
I'm sorry, Jim, I didn't realize you were over there. Okay. So, and then the only other thing we had on the agenda was the secondary highway stuff, which I know we had our budget talk earlier. And we know the cost of some of this with the secondary highway, so I don't know that that's gonna be able to do too much, but our group did meet, and, John, you're,
So manager, there was, several proposals in talking to all the, various operators, including the other committee members. There was all sufficient interest, I think, that it would work if we wanted it to. Obviously, budget is definitely an issue, so the one proposal is to just shelve the whole thing. Another proposal is to, let operators keep coke machines and just do pop for now. Problem with that is that we're gonna have to pay for credit card readers for those machines. Another proposal is to do the same thing, and let, if a person wants to run one of those facilities, if they want to buy those type machines, to let them do that, and put them in there. And the fourth proposal is to do the same thing, but take one of those, the Jackson, and then I think about 35, they're all pretty close to each other, make that into a facility. And then have the rest stay with coal. I don't know what other people think of that. I don't know if that makes sense.
Madam Chair,
yes, yes,
has anybody talked to Coke?
no,
Not yet.
no.
And do we understand the new set of ramifications that
Yes.
go along with eliminating unassigned income? How are we gonna pay for insurance?
That's one thing I was just,
Yes.
I forgot to mention that, I was gonna mention that.
Yep, it's a thought out there.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
another one is, regardless of the outcome of the conversation with Coach, you should also reach out to Pepsi, because that's a contract they haven't had for a while, and they may be interested in providing equipment to digital sales reps. That doesn't,
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
pass over the point there, because hey, this point is relevant.
his point is very relevant, but if we just took over the pop, and it wouldn't necessarily have to be the Coke machines, and an operator could make their own arrangements to use Pepsi for any
I'm
machine.
saying Pepsi as a whole, though, if we went to them, Coke's had these for a couple of years, now you guys want them back, why don't you provide some equipment for it? Coke's being a little reluctant, they don't want to change things up, and
But we have to put if we change that in the contract, we would have to do a whole, request for proposal and all that.
And also, Madam Chair, I have seen how this operators buying their own equipment thing in the past has worked out, and I am absolutely against that in every possible way I can be.
Tell us how you really feel.
I'm trying not to.
It's just a suggestion, man. I'm not saying.
No, no.
I'm not saying that's what I would do.
No, absolutely, I mean,
The point of a worker is to bring things back to
It
the
is.
community, and you did that, and it's not the personal against.
I didn't take it that way at all.
no, I mean, the insurance is definitely something we have to think about, that's for sure.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I think what I would do is take and make the 235 in Jackson site and leave everything else the way it's at.
I'd have to look at the numbers on those ones again, the
They were
two,
about 60,000 over there now. I don't know what's going on there, but they were pretty
Madam
good.
Chair,
yes.
that's my point about, because they're gonna talk to Coke, is Coke okay with us cherry picking this stuff? Or we're gonna drop the contract like a hot rock if we say we want these three things, and you can have the rest?
Well, that's always been the argument against this, if we take all the good stuff, we'll Coke do the bad, and my thoughts for that's always been, well, just pay wait, if we get stuff nobody wants.
Madam Chair?
But,
Oh, yeah, that's my question, well, how do we deal with that? We can't just have a plan without knowing what Coke's response is gonna be.
Yeah.
That's my point.
So, Madam Chair, unfortunately, again, procurement and how that works, we can't have conversations with Coke or Pepsi right now. We have to put it out as a RFP or an ITV, and what we would do is we would just put out the sites that we want them to bid on. And I believe the last one, it was, how it was written, and it was an ITV, and it was the highest bidder wound up getting it, that was the criteria, and it wound up being Coke, they were going, and we said that it had to be one of the two major bottlers, so we would get like Snapple or 7-Up, that it had to go for Pepsi. And then I think it was written that it was all or nothing, like they had to take all or nothing, but we didn't offer them the ones that we peeled away, if that makes any sense. But the other thing is that we have to take into consideration, I know Amy's got some data on, you know, some of these places have enclosures, some of them don't. Some of them have pads, some of them have just outdoor machines, some of them, so it costs money for the infrastructure to get them up and running, and some have greater needs than others.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
why couldn't we put these things out as site attachments and let the operator who gets the site attachment negotiate with the bottom and decide who's the best fit for them, even if we leave it as they're contracting with the bottler for the bottler to fill it.
That was one of those proposals that we were making.
And instead of us doing a statewide thing, let's put them on the site attachments in the areas and let those operators deal with that. And as far as the infrastructure upgrades and modifications that are required, we put them up with the proviso with our current budgetary concern, we cannot make any modifications, so when we get on this attachment, it stays what it is. It will be a drink or whatever until in the future we can expand.
at least for now, it's gotta stay how it is. If you take it, you either deal with the Coke machines, or you get Pepsi machines, or, you know, but the Bureau's not gonna put any money into it.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
So even if we were to pull those three out, we'd still be using, probably using Coke anyways for the machines, so we'd still be getting some business or some form of business. And we would not put our machines in.
right. Well, someone might switch to Pepsi,
Well, yeah.
but, it's interesting. I mean, and I don't know how many operators will take that on, saying, hey, you're only gonna get the pop, you're not gonna get anything else right away.
I think you said it would.
Madam Chair?
A piece of it, yeah.
May I ask something real quick? Christie, if we were to, let's use Annette as an example, let's say Annette bids on one of these secondary sites, and that's not really interested in running, would the Bureau be opposed to her signing contracts with Coke to fill her machine that's attached to her site?
understanding Jeff Toll subcontract some of his stuff out. Oh, no, I would not be opposed to that. What I'm more concerned about is, again, you guys gonna start taking on the insurance, how can you have square money right now? Got the insurance to talk about. The other thing that we have to think about, which I know is the constituents, is the operators out there understand that they're not gonna get a benefit, or they're not gonna get health insurance going forward. Do they get that? That, you know, this is benefiting a few people and bringing in more service, well, I don't know, we get service charge from Coke right now, but there's a lot to take, you know, to take in on this.
But yeah,
It's also going to generate more service charge dollars because you're going to put more money in operators' pockets. So the argument has always been, I'm going to lose my benefits check if you guys take this stuff away. I mean, I'm going to lose my this and that. But right now, our program needs revenue. And we can't keep doing things like all of a sudden. We need to look at creative ways to put money in people's pockets and get people to work.
Madam Chair?
And I said before about operator subcontracting, the only time I can see where that would be advantageous for an operator to do is if it's a really lousy site in the middle of nowhere, and if they can talk Coke or Pepsi, or even 7-Up and they're taking it on, hey, it gets it filled for us and maybe we'll make a few bucks. But most operators are gonna wanna self-fill because they make more money.
Absolutely. Larry?
Oh, I was just, I'm not quite sure what the numbers are. How much more is it bringing in a year over our insurance policy?
Madam Chair.
yeah.
So insurance for the whole program for the year is usually right around 50K. Your brain went dead. Commissions from Coke have been, so far this fiscal year, we've brought in 76,826. And if, so like this year, you guys voted earlier to keep that in the program. So more than likely, we would use 50K of that to pay for insurance, and then that other portion, we would be able to match.
So around 90,000 generally that we would get in from Coke. 50 would go to insurance, and 40 would be able to be matched $3.69 to draw down to, again, you know, buy machines.
And that's only if, there was no benefit checkout to operators.
Oh.
And they will still get the federal, which is about 20,000 in a good year, but again, Elton Prison still hasn't picked up, so it's dismal right now.
Yeah, that 50,000 seems like a pretty big number. We had to take it out of somewhere else.
Yeah, we would have to figure out what, that is a very legitimate question.
And Madam Chair, you
Yeah.
can't take that out of general fund either, so
No,
that's a very important consideration.
Madam
it
Chair.
is, yes.
The good thing about this contract, it is only a 2-year contract. So I feel like we have this discussion, we could have it sooner. It's not like I can't think of anything today. Like a BGA or, a contract, like one of the universities that goes and it's like a 15-year contract and we're kind of like sitting in the mud for a while. So I think that if you guys decide that, you know, you're unsure of what to do and we have to RFP it, the discussion won't necessarily stop if you guys do want to pursue taking them over, because it's only a 2-year contract.
Right, yes.
Question for you. Of that 79,000 or whatever you said it was, what first one did you say is from the, that I was talking about earlier?
So
That's a
you're
big
talking
portion.
about Gallia 35 and Jackson?
Yeah, those three.
Okay, so I guess we get 50% from Coke, so total sales is 153, and of that 153, so Gallia east and westbound are combined around 30 for the whole year in sales, and Jackson is 30 by itself for the whole year. So those three of those combined would be 60 in sales.
Those about 30,000.
I'm sorry, what's the?
So that means they would take out about 30,000.
Yeah, they are running 50%.
So
Madam,
if we, hold on a second.
I let you go.
No, that's fine. So if we took those out of the picture, we'll be pretty close to having enough money to pay for the insurance.
So you would take the 153 down to, basically down 60. So you're gonna put that around 90. So half of that we would get from Coke would be 45. So it still wouldn't be enough to cover insurance completely.
Maybe we should table it for now, as much as I hate to say it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
am I understanding this correctly, that the total sales from all of those are 153?
Yeah, all of
And
them put
they're paying us
together.
70 in commission?
Yeah, we get 50%.
It should be around 90, I think, that was going
Okay.
through.
No, I was just, that's okay, I'm just looking at, trying to get general numbers, that's all.
Yeah.
So I guess the way I'm looking at this right here is some people, yes, maybe they wouldn't get their insurance paid for, that's about $500 a year. But we could essentially be putting $150,000 in sales into our program. And the service charge generated from that obviously is not as great as what we're getting from Coke, but we all know that Coke isn't as incentivized to keep those machines, to quote our program, clean, filled, and working, as one of our operators would be, because Coke doesn't care if it isn't paid. So I wonder what those sales could be if our operators were running. I think 150 is probably pretty darn low. And we need to look at, yes, some operators will lose their insurance coverage, but some other operators will also get some well-needed income.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
John, were you able to find out that there was someone interested in Valley and Jackson? That area of the
Very
state
so.
worries me. I can't get
Very
anyone
so.
to run OU.
Yeah, I've approached them. Oh, Madam Chair, what I'd like to see is letting Coke do everything except that grocery sort of areas.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out if that's enough, to make it a facility, it's saying 60. That's not enough for a facility, is it?
No, ma'am.
That's nowhere near enough for a facility.
Even with the snacks, that's one.
Yeah, I'm worried about that. I don't think I'd love to make another job, but I don't think it's enough.
I think it's actually good enough for those things.
I don't even know if with snacks, I'll be honest with you, because even if we doubled it to 120, I know we have facilities out there that do that, but 3 different spots,
Did a lot of driving and a lot of.
that's a
Long
lot.
distance.
Yeah, that worries me. I'm the first one that wants to make another job, but I just don't know that would do it. Not without other stuff attached to it. I mean, they're all some side attachments, but I just don't know that they, and my goal would be to make other jobs out of it, but, boy, that shit just don't sound like another job.
And we really have a choice.
And Madam Chair, again, I thought to make them good would be to add the snacks.
Yep, we'd have to come up with the money for the snacks and do the infrastructure for the snacks.
Well, I guess, Madam Chair, here's a question I'm going to pose to everyone. That's something we all should consider before we make a decision on how we move this. What's most important to us? That we get $70,000 in cash, or that we potentially get $150,000 of new sales in the operator's hands?
Oh, sales and operator hands, that's what our program's here for. I mean, that's my opinion.
Madam Chair?
But yes,
I agree with both of you, except for the fact that we have to still have some of the money to pay insurance. Unfortunately.
Madam Chair,
yes.
I really believe that without adding the snacks to this, that it's not worth pursuing. And we need to find a way to make that happen. Maybe there's some outside the box ways of thinking that we can start approaching, but, I mean, maybe we need to look at doing fundraising, partnering, or whatever, to get these things going. So, just taking over the top at a few locations isn't enough to harm the good that we get out of the coach contract to begin with. Some of the funds that do become matchable if we're not using for benefits, and it does solve the problem, the huge problem of making operators go after their own insurance. That would create its own problem. I don't think we should table it. I think we should look for ways to pursue it where we can include the snaps and get the infrastructure work done that allows us to have the snaps and go for as many of them as we possibly can if we're gonna decimate the code contract and the unassigned insurance.
So,
I guess for today, and Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
yeah,
I guess for today, since we don't have a strategic plan of how to make that happen, we have no choice but to leave things as they are and maybe look at this in the future. But we really need to start working on it because we've been leaving this alone for the last 17 years.
We have.
I remember Mike Russell came here with a team of data and all kinds of ideas and
That is the thing.
we got them all.
yep. No, it's something that needs to happen at some point, and a lot of the national folks really think it's gonna be forced on us at some point, because they think the next, technical assistance circular that's gonna come out from RSA is going to deal with state unassigned income, and they believe that it's gonna be dealt with the same way they deal with the federal, and tell us that we're not supposed to be doing this. Now that's not right away, but a lot of people who's in the know think that's gonna come down the pipe. So sooner or later, we are possibly gonna have to deal with it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That does lead me to a question. We do have some, at least one federal that I know of, the Youngstown Post Office, that was being owned by an outside contractor. Have we made some sort of plans to address that, or?
There's one in Toledo too.
Yep. Yep, we've talked some about this, at least at the local levels. The Toledo one, at some point, we're gonna
What is that
put out for
point?
bid, or,
Do we have a deadline when we have to get this corrected by?
Madam Chair?
yeah.
Yes, I have November. I have to tell GAS whether I'm going forward with the ITD or that means that it takes them time, to do the ITD, to put it out there. I mean, it's like a 2 or 3 month process.
I think he jumped, you're still on the code thing?
Sorry, he's talking about what the Youngstown.
Oh, no, okay, yeah, Youngstown, Toledo,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sally, that's here. We have a plan like that. What's your plan?
So I know, sorry, Madam Chair, I
Yeah.
know for Youngstown, when we were hoping to tempt the post office and VA, so that once 541 Portage
Yeah.
County comes back online, we can make a good facility
Yeah.
out of those three locations. And then the Toledo post office and VA, I think we're still kind of up in the air whether to tempt those or do we try to make a facility. I know we've talked about it a little.
yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit more. I know we did, we talked about both bidding it, or we talked about asking the licensees up there if they wanted to run it.
Yeah.
So we'll,
Madam Chair?
yeah.
I'm happy to hear that we're looking at that. I'm just curious, is there a deadline we were given by which we have to have?
Madam Chair, no, there's no deadline, but we don't, I think that
Until RSA finds out we're doing it.
yeah, it's not by RSA, we're told, but if we have a plan and we're working on it, I think what we initially said was, by next spring, that we should be taking over all of those areas.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
thank you for.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
We have one more topic that's not on this.
okay, and I have another one too, but go ahead with yours.
It might be the same one.
It may be.
It's, the John's machine.
Yes, that was the one I had too, so.
Okay, so Sally, do you wanna, or I don't know. who wants to.
No mixed bag.
Yeah, go ahead, let John.
So, I currently have 4 floors at 180 Broad Street. I was approached a few months ago to if you could have built a machine in the basement for the maintenance staff. And the bureau was approached to put out machines in the Secretary of State's office, which is supposedly about 160 people on a regular basis. There's 4 machines up there on 2 floors, and the basement has 1 floor. And so what the bureau did was they had me, they attached the basement to my facility, but the other 2 floors, instead of attaching to my facility, set up as a tent facility. And to me, that makes no sense. That's never in the facility, it's only been a site attachment. And it's not even great, not showing to be a great site attachment. I only have 2 days of data so far. And 2 days have been worked at all.
Madam Chair.
Yes, that is.
So the basement machines shouldn't have been attached to your permanent facility. I think more like with the Secretary of State. Now, this is just my opinion. It was my understanding because it's a different grantor, we needed to temp it and then put it out for bid. And John would most likely win that since it's in his building. I don't know though. So I just felt by the rules, we would have to put it out for bid versus just attaching it to someone's facility, is all. I don't really care either way. I just need your assistance, everyone, in making that decision.
Yeah, I would see, I mean, I don't know where we draw the line with that. If it's in somebody's facility already, and it's not another permanent, another full job, that's always been our kind of thoughts on it. If it's already in your building, and it can't make another job, you know, if they put, 1,000 people on a floor in that building, and we said we could make a whole other job there, then we would look at doing that. But if it's just gonna be another site attachment, and it's in the building where an operator is, that doesn't make sense to put 2 operators in the same building.
And again, I don't care, I just thought I was following the rules the way it was.
So, Madam Chair, look, we've had situations before, and I'm worried about, future grievances and whatnot, that people go there, not to the operator, and you can get on someone's shoes outside or door operators, and you can get a cotton sometime. And the fact that it's a different way,
Hey, Jim.
Yo. So I got this? Is
Yeah,
this?
you grab my report.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Thought it was something Larry left.
Yeah, but I don't know where the different grantor came in. I
learned a different grant.
I was gonna take it to the bathroom, Tom.
After I talked to you, that maybe that was the difference, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know where that ever came from in any of our rules or anything, if it's a different grantor. Tom, I know you were trying to
Yes, ma'am, I was.
get the floor there.
We've done this several times, and it's, unfortunately, I think it was done the right way in this case. I think that because it's a separate grantor, it most definitely should be temped. I think if the local selection committee worked the way that they're supposed to, well, of course it would go to John, he's in the building. But we've had instances in the past where people have said, well, it's the same grantor, and it's only 2 miles away, and so what if it makes $300,000 a year in sales? I should get it because it's part of my facility. We've had other operators who said that, well, I have a vending in that building and they want to open a bistro in the basement, I should get that bistro because I already have the vending in that building. So it's a fine line, so my suggestion would be, if it's not the same grantor and it's not adding an additional machine to a floor or something like that, it should be tempted. And it should go through the process like everything else does.
Yes,
That would be wrong good if it was done consistently.
Yeah.
But they just gave me they added 1 grantor to my existing facility. They did not have to add the other grantor. So they didn't even do consistently in the same building. At the same time.
That I completely agree with them right there, but it doesn't help the future to do something inconsistent again. So let's start being consistent now and temp them and not have a new grantor needs a new temp.
And I was given a whole other building, it's the same grantor, but it was a whole other building on the same campus.
What's the difference?
I guess I see that it's like we're just making them up as we go, the rules, and that's where the problem lies.
That's why I think we need to come up with a uniform way of dealing with it, and that would be to temp it and let it go through the process the same way everything That stinks for John. It's a lot more work for everybody, but it's a fair way to do it.
It really is.
Well, for me, it's impossible, it's almost impossible to make a proper MRI and give you guys proper numbers. Only numbers are gonna be valid or sale numbers, any other numbers are gonna be just a guess on my part.
And,
Well, and
Chair,
credit card rebates?
Yeah, that's why I said the only number that's gonna be good is the sales number.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
unfortunately, we deal with that a lot, John, and a lot of times when we give an operator who has a whole facility, one machine in the middle of somewhere, they're not gonna go buy a new inventory just for that machine. They're not gonna write off some of the labor and vehicle for that one machine. So I think everyone understands when you're looking at small things like that, there's an intent, the only number that's useful to you is sales. The rest of it is on.
I've always just taken half the sales, gave that to the established business for cost of goods and been done with
And I
it.
think that's what they do.
Yeah, but I've done goofy little, sweet sites like that, attempts like that. I did one way out in New Albany, that was part of a little health club thing in an apartment complex, that was crazy. Just to have my head examined for it, but yeah, it was one little combi machine in the middle of nowhere, sitting outside. But, yeah, we,
You want a motion on this stuff?
I don't, to me, it doesn't matter either way. I just wanna do
No, let's do it.
what everyone agrees on.
Yeah, do we have a
You
quorum?
know how it's one.
we don't have to,
Larry's still here.
oh, if Larry and Jim, Larry and or Jim are still here, then.
Jim left. So we
Well,
got
Pat's still here, so he'll probably that.
But I can't vote, so.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
I mean, I would love to vote, but
I
I
think
won't.
Jim's on the phone, I think they're hearing all this.
well,
Well, then, if you wanna come back to this when it comes back in?
This is all the
yeah,
time.
this is
Well, I've got
it.
one more that I don't.
Oh, no, we can hit it.
I don't know if we even have enough people to hit it, but earlier you had talked about, let me look, see what I have done, and what space I needed.
We had the thing with it, hold on a second.
You had discussed a fiscal responsibility worker, but you didn't assign a chair or any members to that.
No, I thought you were gonna incorporate that into your budget
Oh, you got it.
group, yes.
We let it down.
You did not hear my objection about working with people who don't wanna discuss this.
I heard it.
Wow.
It really makes sense to be part of it.
I can try it.
Yeah,
but I
we'll
don't
try
know if
it.
it'll be successful.
Yeah, well, all we can do is try.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that.
Okay. All right, Jim's back, so, do we want a motion?
Jim, we needed a quorum, and you're kind of our
Right.
people we needed.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that going forward, any machines that are to be added to an operator's facility be temped unless we're talking about one machine in the same building under the same premises.
Second?
Okay. Any more discussion?
You already know my opinion.
Good. All right, we will call for the vote. Tom,
Yes.
is Larry still here?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
John?
I abstain.
And I guess it passes. You know, I would have voted no.
You guys are all not my friends anymore.
Well, said going forward, does that include this one?
That's already,
Yeah, I
that's
think
already
I
a
agree
temp,
with
so
that,
I guess
so-
you're not gonna change it.
And Madam Chair, just
Yeah.
an explanation as to why John just mentioned it, it's not been done consistently, and we need to be consistent. And I hope the Bureau will look at that when they decide whether or not to adopt that recommendation.
So under that, I'll just use mine as an example. That new building that opened at OU Dublin. It's another building, but it's the same grantor. Should that have been temped?
Madam Chair, in my opinion, yes.
So, Madam Chair, my opinion,
But I already got it, so it's mine. I'm only getting it back.
my opinion is, that, it gets tricky because, yeah, I think it makes sense that it went on your thing. I really do. But I think we have to be consistent, even if it doesn't make sense. for that position, that your specific thing. If there were two people at OU Dublin, that's where it
Well,
gets
that,
squirrely.
yeah, now that would make, that would definitely make a difference if there were two people there.
Right.
Absolutely.
But there's not two people either.
Yeah, and I don't know, it just seems like we're just, and hopefully local selection panels will, we took the income thing out, so hopefully local selection panels will be smart about where these go then when they're side attachments.
So, Madam Chair, too, there's no reason why, you know, unless this is a discussion with John and Sally, and, you know, we put it out tomorrow as a site attachment. You can just bid on it and not test it anymore. You know, how long do you want to test it? There's no reason why we have to
Put it
test
up
it for a long time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's go, Sally.
Okay, probably not tomorrow, maybe Monday.
Okay.
No, do tomorrow, I don't care.
I had an operator in the past make an argument to me that since they ran a post office, if a new post office opened in that area, they should get it.
That's stupid.
Well, that's silly, that's not the same building, you
It's
know
the
what I
same
mean?
grant.
Well, we have, I mean, under the same argument, if we open up a new rest stop, I should get it and forget the rest stop, yeah.
What do you think I should get? I got my clothes.
No, you already have it. You don't need it.
All right, are we adjourned?
Anyone have anything else?
Oh.
No? All right, adjourn.